Okay, what's up, everybody? Guess what? While I was doing all this extra crap behind the scenes, I forgot my camera isn't hooked up. So, how about y'all bear with me for just a second? Big Dummy J, just give me just a second, man. This is such a J thing to do, I promise y'all. I'm sitting here worried about getting the show put together. I'm like, oh man, I got all this cool stuff set up, and then, hey, dummy, you don't have your camera hooked up. So how are you now? What's going on, everybody? So as you can see from the thumb, you basically know what we're going to be talking about tonight. Um, got a little bit of housekeeping before we get to that, before I bring my co-hosts on. After the last stream, we hit 601 subs. Now I was waiting to make that announcement because we always kind of flex between higher and lower, you know. We stuck at 600. So we're at 600 subs. We are 200 away from my small goal of 800 subs for the year, 400 away from the big 1K. So super excited about that. In case you missed it, go. I'm gonna drop the link in the chat as soon as I gotta get my bearings back. I just had all this crap messed up on me. When you get a second, go visit my place of employment, the experience, and go to the Friday shows. At the very first show, I can't say times anymore because they're just up there. Check out Order Up, the FOC show with Matthias Lewis from Nowhere Comics. We were super fortunate to have Jeff Johns on with us for the first 30 minutes of the show. And it was one of those things where Jeff had a lot of stuff on his plate that day to do. And at first it was 20 minutes. And it was like, he says, hey, I can stay till, 12:30 my time. And then he started talking, and it really felt like if he didn't have other stuff to do, we would have had him there for a while. So hopefully we can get him back on any of the EXP shows. It was just awesome listening to the man talk. He's very passionate about the Ghost universe that they're doing. Then later on that day, we had the original art show with Nick Barucci. If Nick Barucci doesn't sound familiar to some of y'all watching on Rewinder here for the first time, he's the head of Dynamite. He is a producer on a little show on Amazon called The Boys. He's a great person, trust me. Worked with him for a while. Nick is awesome. He did a fundraising benefit for Peter David. So go and check that out. He had some pieces that didn't sell, but check the show out. Like Nick, we always have a fun time there. And then you can also stick around like it's coming up next. You can also check out Friday Night Live with Nancy and the crew from Comics Unlimited. Another fun show. We confuse Nancy so much because that chat just talks to each other most of the show. We do claims when we talk to them, of course, but the whole chat is nothing but us. And Nancy looks at the chat like, what the hell are they talking about? Super fun. But we're not going to get into a whole lot of superhero stuff this time. We might, if somebody in the chat wants to drop something, but this show right here, and I'll go ahead and just do it. What do we talk about? You saw the thumbnail. Reacher. This show is like watching, so far for me, 2 8-hour movies. And I say 2 because I started watching the show when it first came out. We stopped at a point, didn't finish the first season, and then I got so busy doing other things, I just had never. Hey, thank you. I just never got back on it. And then, I hear one of the folks I'm going to bring on talking about it with our very own Dan Wickline. He loves the show. And I was like, you know what? The show's awesome. I need to find some time to get back into it. Well, a couple days ago, I decided to do just that. And before I knew it, I was already in the second season. And then before I knew it, this morning, because I couldn't sleep, I was already in the third season, but I only got to episode 2 of the third season. So we're going to talk about the first 2 seasons of the show. Now, let me bring on, first off, this guy. I'm pretty much going to let him run the show and I'll just add my thoughts in, okay? This guy is the guy who's watched this show a lot, can probably act out the entire scenes with hand puppets. Let's bring him on, the weird one himself, Mr. Eddie Von B, or Reacher Von V today.
Hell Hydra! Love
What's
the
going
show,
on,
man. How you doing, brother?
Pretty good. Let me go ahead. Forgot to put that up here. Doing great, man. How's your week been?
Oh, good. But stressful waiting for the episode 8 of season 3 to come out for next week. But no, it's been good. All's good.
Oh. Next dude we're going to bring on, you want to talk, this reminds me of when Jenna used to find a show. And it's a show she'd never seen before, and it had multiple seasons. I would come home from work when I worked overnight. I'd come home, and she'd be almost done with the series. Let's bring on our buddy, Mr. Nope. What's going on, bro?
Nothing much. How about you?
Been pretty good. How's your week been, man?
Oh, it's been pretty good. I worked a couple days this week and then had a couple days off and smashed Reacher in 2 days. All 3 of them.
Before we start, we got to make it official. Sup, Nope?
What's up, Eddie?
Yeah. Like I said, to me, there wasn't, I'm not going to say there wasn't any kind of like superhero comic booking news out there, but I felt like for this show, which I believe if they ever want to make graphic novels of this show, let Dan Wickline write them. I would love that. I would love to consume this in any form. I honestly want to get into the books because of this show. I know for a lot of people, they were like, the books are kind of, if you like the books, the shows are all right, but, they don't do that. Like, I don't care about stuff like that. A good book is a good book. Doesn't matter if it's not like the TV show or the TV show is not like the book to me. I still find it really enjoyable.
I'd like to read the books, but I think there's like 29.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I'd have enough time left in my life to read 29 novels. That's a lot of reading.
29, and then what's that 30th book? It's like a one of those compilation books. It's like a best of kind of thing. Man, I don't even think it's written by the original author. I think it's like a fan something.
Did you want to touch on this week's Daredevil at all, or are you going to wait for that?
We might do that near the end.
Okay. I didn't know if you wanted to do it first or what you wanted to do.
Because I did watch it, but today I was so focused on Reacher, I didn't do my rewatch. So I remember parts of it, but Reacher kind of like overtook it for me for right now, especially because I think I got to the second season finale today when I got up. So that episode and the first 2 episodes of season 3 are super fresh. What's up, Triple B, Phable, Sean? I think I said hi to Ross
Phable.
earlier, but if I didn't, what's going on? So we're probably going to get to the first 2 seasons of this. The third season, I kind of want to hold off on just because I'm blowing up the guys in the that we're going to get into some of the things because that part was weird to me, and I'm gonna get into that when we get to that part of the season. What was I saying? We're gonna do one again with Sean because Sean had actually been keeping up with it. I hadn't, so I wanted when Sean's got some time off, we're probably going to be doing another one of these, and it's probably going to be covering season 3, going in depth with it. Let's see. I wanted to, before we got into it, though, I wanted to something. I'm going to skip ahead just a little bit. We'll go back to the first season. I just will skip ahead real fast. In season 2, I noticed something, and it took me a while to put it together until you ever have those shower moments where you're sitting there washing your hair and something just pops in your brain. Not that kind of shower moments like you might have, Eddie. You have those ones where just a thought pops in your head and you're like, holy crap, how did I not put this together? I just want to bring this to everybody's attention real fast. So, you got Alan Ritchson, right? Reacher himself. Was Aquaman. Was Hawk in Titans. Then you have Serinda Swan, who was Dixon. She was Zatanna. Then you have, I think her name is Maria Stern, Maria Sten, Negley,
Neely, Swamp
Neely. There you
Thing.
go, Swamp Thing. that's for the Patreon eventually, Phable. Um, and then the last one, Sean Sipos, I think is the actor's name. I can't remember, but he played O'Donnell.
Mhm.
He was Adam Strange on Krypton. So that means the living cast of that team that was in season two, they've all been in the DC universe.
Which is
And,
why
all,
Reacher should be Batman.
and you know who else too? The wife of his one buddy in season 2. She was in Smallville.
Yeah, Kristen Crook. Oh, that's
Yeah.
first season. That's
Is it?
Hubble. Yeah, Charlie.
Oh yeah, it is first season.
Yeah,
Okay,
Charlie was in was Lana Lang in Smallville.
that's right. It was the first season.
But I
The
just
banker's
thought,
wife.
yeah, I just thought that was very very interesting. I was like, huh, they've all been in the DC universe. Is that why? Like they've all worked together in some kind of capacity, or Warner Brothers or whoever was just like, you know what? Let's put all these people on a show together. Like season two, I loved, but again, we're gonna talk about season one first, and the first season was so excellent. The minute he steps off that bus and he's walking towards Margrave, and you have that rough road he's on, and then right into that smooth pavement. Ed, I'm gonna go ahead and let you kind of lead this, man, because you probably have that first episode memorized by now.
Pretty much, yeah. I'm all memorized by now.
Well, it's like,
Everyone remembers the first.
The
yeah,
his first moment, he intimidates the hell out of a guy that you can tell was a wife beater without even saying a word. Guy comes running out of the diner, grabbing his wife, throws her up against the van. What are you thinking? Give him 40% for a tip. You wasted my money, and punches the van, and he turns around and Reacher staring at him. He's like, "What do you want, jackass?" Reacher doesn't even flinch. And the next thing you know, the guy's like, "I'm so sorry, man. I'm having a bad day. It'll never happen again." Reacher walks in, orders his pie, he gets ready to eat it, and gets arrested right off the bat. We don't even know why. And that's where the fun begins, is once he gets arrested and taken to the jail in Margrave. And we meet the what his soon-to-be love interest and Finley and all the gang, and it it just goes from there. What do you want to talk about specifically?
how do you remember how long it takes him before he actually says a line in that
7 minutes and 45 seconds. 7 minutes and 45 seconds before he says a word, and all he says is, "I don't need a lawyer." That's the first thing he says. "I don't need a lawyer."
Take care, Lorena. Hopefully you can get caught up. Watch this later or something.
Yeah, sorry, Lorena. In our defense, it is 2 years old. But yeah, if you haven't seen Reacher, if you don't like spoilers, don't watch. Watch later, because I'd rather you watch the show, because the show is amazing. Even though Jay said we weren't going to talk about superheroes, I mean, Reacher's as close as you can get. He doesn't need superpowers. He's got everything else. When people ask me what it's about, I kind of say it's an American version of James Bond turned up a bit, because James Bond was never a badass that could punch out windows that deny physics and all this other stuff. But yeah, and so they find out someone had been murdered, and the description of someone near the murder scene was a gigantic dude, and that's why they stormed in and arrested Reacher, because he was in the area. Because like Jay said, he hopped off a bus and walked however many miles to get to downtown Margrave. So they arrest him and charge him with murder. And then they start trying to dig in on him, but he doesn't have, in the Reacher style, he doesn't have social media, he doesn't have email, they didn't even have fingerprints, so they had absolutely nothing on him. It's a complete and total mystery. And so from there, they finally somehow get into his, I don't remember exactly how, but they find out what a hero he was in the military by doing background checks. And they soon realize that there's no way that Reacher committed the murder. So even though they want to let him go, they can't because they don't know what's going on. So they keep him in prison, and then they shoot to another scene because there was a phone number found on the body of one of the victims. And the phone number belonged to one of the officer's cousins. So they go to his house, and he's doesn't know what they want to talk to him about. But as they start telling him about the murder, he glances out the window and he sees a black car, and you can see his face just becomes horrified at the black car, and he admits to the murder. And the cops look at each other, and the main detective, whose name is Finley, makes up this big BS story about, so you stuck a shotgun in a man's mouth, blew his head off, and lit him on fire? And he's like, yes, 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 it was me. So immediately the police know it wasn't him, but for some reason he admitted to it. So they arrest him because he admitted to it, and then they end up sending him and Reacher to a prison that was supposed to be for a holding cell, but instead they get put in Gen Pop, and they wake up, and Reacher immediately recognizes, uh-oh, we're in with the lifers. And the guy he's in there with, I can't remember his name. I'm terrible with names.
Hubble, I remember
Hubble,
that.
yes, Hubble, that is his name. He's a little skinny guy, and he's scared to death. And he tells Hubble, this is bad news. Save your energy because you're going to need it. And Reacher climbs back into bed and lays back down. And in comes this gang who had nothing but bad intentions about something they were going to do to Hubble. And Reacher takes it just so far before he slips down, calls the guy a fatso, busts his head open, knocks him unconscious, and tells him to get the hell out of his cell. And the fun begins. And don't just let me talk, guys. Come on, join in.
Well, the line,
I'm loving
the line
this.
is actually, I'm going to give you 3 seconds before I'm going to have your buddies carry you out of here in a bucket.
Your fat ass out in a bucket.
That's right.
Yep. Because he calls him fatso first. He's like, fatso, you're in my cell without my permission. You got till the count of 3. Do you know who you're talking to, you redwood motherfucker? And he says 1, and the guy just keeps talking. 2, and then bam, bang, 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 and the guy's unconscious, laying on the ground, and his gang is looking like, what the hell just happened?
Tried to move the bed with his head.
Yeah, pretty much. And one of the ways that they were trying to intimidate Hubble was the guy stole his glasses and stomped on him. And one of the members of the guy's gang that was still standing in the door, completely dumbstruck that Reacher just kicked the shit out of the head bad guy, was wearing sunglasses. Reacher's like, you owe us a pair of glasses. And the guy just hands him his sunglasses. Here, sir. Great. If that don't capture your imagination and get you hooked, nothing's gonna. Because that's the way all the episodes are. Action-packed, great story. I can't recommend them enough.
No nonsense either.
Nope. No filler crap.
Well,
nope. Definitely not.
I really like before they take him out of the jail at Margrave. He's sitting in the cell. He's zip tied because cuffs wouldn't fit him. He's too big. So he's complaining about that, and he's like, "Can you take these off of me?" And they decide they're gonna go ahead and take them off. And he goes, "No worries, I got it." And just stands up and goes, and just breaks them off. Like he could have done that at any time, but he just Superman that crap. It was like, okay, I'm good now. And then I think it was Finley that tells him we got extra large cuffs somewhere.
That was when Reacher acted like he was going to resist.
Yeah.
And he's like, because he says something like, how are you going to do that? And he's like, we have extra large handcuffs. He's like, damn it.
Yeah. And then in the same scene, we meet Roscoe.
Mm-hmm.
And right off the bat, I'm like, I dig Roscoe.
Mm-hmm.
Come here, sir. That wasn't a request.
Yeah, come here before I have to kick the shit out of you. She says this to Reacher, who's like 10 times bigger than her. She's this little petite blonde thing. And yeah, great stuff. Chemistry between the Finley, Roscoe, and the chemistry between them and Reacher and Neely are unbelievable. And Neely by no far takes second base to anybody. I love her character just as much as Reacher. And the two of them together, I would take them versus any other two teams combo if my life was on the line that I could think of. They're amazing together.
Yeah. So after that little altercation in the cell, they're out in the yard, and Reacher notices some guys kind of looking their way. So he tells Hubble, I'll protect you while we're in here, blah blah blah. And he's like, I'm gonna go hit the head. And Paul's his first name, but we'll just call him Hubble just to make it easy. Hubble's like, I'm going with you. Like I'm not leaving your side. He said, I'll hold it for you if I need to. Uh, so they
Does
go
everything but grab his pocket.
yeah, exactly.
Pretty much.
Exactly. So they get into the restroom, and there's some folks taking showers, and he kind of walks up to one of the latrines, I guess. It's standing there for a second, and next thing you know, the guys that were staring at them in the yard start filing in. And that's when that fight happens. And the choreography in that fight is so vicious and so well done. Like, look, you gotta
I gotta go put a dog out. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go ahead. Here, I'll drop you out so we're not. I'll wait till you come back. There we go. So you got to suspend disbelief just a little bit. Reacher is a big guy. I really don't know about somebody taking on 5 or 6 dudes at once, but come on, you just gotta let it go. It's a show, But he does kick the crap out. He does take some hits. That's the part that I like. Reacher does get hit. It's not like Walker Texas Ranger where Chuck hardly ever got hit at all. But man, that fight in that bathroom is so good. He just like one of the things he does is is that the one where he just gouges the dude's eye?
He puts his thumb right through the guy's eye.
Oh God.
Yep. Right in one of the stalls. Shoves him right down on the crapper with his thumb in his eyeball.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So yeah, he kicks the crap out of them within seconds, but it's a great fight.
Oh,
and again, here's Hubble in the background just shaking in horror watching Reacher. And then they finally get out of Gen Pop and where they were supposed to be in the holding area. And Reacher's like, what are you scared of now? And he's like, I just watched you stick your thumb through a guy's eye. And Reacher, without batting an eye, goes, he started it. Those little one-liners are what get me the best. I love those. Well, he started it.
And the thing about it is, you find out basically Reacher wasn't the target for that.
Yep.
That's the reason Reacher took the glasses. Because you find out that the first set of guys crushed Hubble's glasses to kind of be like, we gave the guy glasses, whatever. Or whatever they did. There was some kind of plan there. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it's basically
what was going on. What was going on was that the people that were inside doing the hit were told by the main bad guy, which we don't know who it is yet, that the victim is the one wearing glasses.
There you go.
So they didn't know that gang broke his glasses and that Reacher stole their glasses. So when they saw him outside, they were focusing on the man with the glasses, and that was Reacher. But even Reacher didn't figure that out until like episode 5. The light bulb went off, and he's like, "The glasses. They weren't after me. They were after Hubble."
Yeah.
But yeah, because you're wondering, why are they trying to kill Reacher? Why are you trying to kill Reacher?
Because trouble just seems to follow him. That's a recurring theme with this dude.
Yes, it is.
So the really funny thing is when that fight is over, and the police, find or the officers, the security, the guards. That's what I'm trying to think of. The guards finally get in there. The one guard's like, "What the hell are you doing in here?"
Nope.
And then he gets him to the room. He's like, "If anybody asked y'all here this whole weekend," and I'm thinking to myself, do you see Reacher's face? Do you think they're going to think Hubble did that to him? Like, but Reacher just does what he does and goes to sleep. The man either can't get a piece of pie, which is the running joke throughout that first season, or he just can't get any sleep.
Yep.
He sleeps whenever he can.
Yep.
So they end up getting out,
Yeah,
And
but you got to remember at this point that no one in the show, including the bad guys, have a clue who Reacher is.
right.
So Reacher was not the target. Reacher was
Mhm.
not supposed to be involved in any of this. Reacher just came to town because his favorite blues singer, Blind Blake, went to that town and died in that town. And he wanted to go to that town to visit and learn more about Blind Blake, which nobody believes him because they all think he's some kind of a terrorist hitman that's killing people, but he's not. And come to find out, his brother told him that Margrave, which is the town, was known for Blind Blake because he knew that Reacher loved Blind Blake. But then in like the next episode, we find out that the murder victim under the overpass was Reacher's brother. And that's when the shit hit the fan. So Reacher's brother actually gave him Margrave as his way of getting Reacher to come help him, I think.
Yeah.
They don't ever tell you that, but that's what it kind of makes you believe after you put the pieces together. And so here you are after you find out that the murder victim was Reacher's brother. Episode 2, I think it was,
Yeah.
ends with Reacher in the back seat and Roscoe, which is the female cop, and Finley, which is the head investigator, are talking about, you know, how it was his brother. And Reacher says, I think maybe my brother wanted me to come here for another reason. And Finley looks in the rearview mirror and goes, and what might that be? He's like, I'm not sure, but I know what it is now. And he's like, what? I'm going to find every one of them involved and kill every last one of them. End of the episode. It
Yeah.
ends right with him saying that.
Yeah.
And oh, then Roscoe and Finley and Reacher, the banter between them for the next couple of, because they're still trying to feel each other out. They trust Reacher to a point, but Finley is an old school grad from Harvard who had been a policeman for 20 some years, and he's a head investigator, and he had actually moved to Margrave to peacefully retire because his wife had passed and he had to get out of Boston. Well, his best friend, who you don't think this means anything at the time, told him don't take the Margrave job, but he wouldn't tell him why. But he took the job anyway. So the three of them getting to know each other is part of the fun
Yeah.
because they're getting to know who they can trust because a cop gets killed next. And when they were in jail together, Hubble had told Reacher that he had no choice but to help the bad guys, because they threatened to nail him to a wall, cut off his testicles, and make him eat them. So we forgot about that little detail.
You see, I was going to get into that because I was going to say that I thought that was just like a threat that they told him.
Right.
No, that first cop that they kill, that's exactly what they do to him.
Reacher
And
shows up at the house. Finley has already been in there. Finley comes out and he's like, it's the most vile thing I've ever seen. And Reacher says, was he nailed to a wall? And Finley gets, how the hell did you know that?
yeah,
And that's when, so he finally confronts him. I thought you said Hubble didn't talk in prison. I lied. I just love that. And then Finley like basically threatens to kick Reacher's ass, and Reacher's like, really? And Roscoe got in between his sheet guys. This is not going to happen. You are not going to attack a man a third your size, and you need to chill out. His brother just died. And she's trying to make peace. Because
yeah,
at the beginning, it looked like Finley and Reacher were going to hate each other, but they ended up throughout the season becoming really good friends.
yeah. There was a part going back to the morgue where I had forgotten about it until I got to the episode, and you got Harvey Gillian, who most people might know him from the TV show What We Do in the Shadows. He's Guillermo as Jasper. I know he's a very minor character, the coroner guy. I know he's a very
Oh,
minor
okay.
character, but I really liked him. I thought he had a charm to him, and he's talking about an injury, and Reacher sees the picture, turns the monitor around, and then he starts talking about the injury that he sees, and it clicks with him. Holy hell, that's my brother.
Hmm.
He goes, because he got this scar. I didn't know our mom just got done cooking and the stove was still hot, and we were wrestling around or something, and I burned him on the stove. And that's when he finds out, like it clicks with him. Because apparently, I guess Joe had an allergic to the latex that the killers were using. I think is one of the things that kind of
Yep.
set him off.
Yep.
So the the thing, also the thing, rewatching it again is for some reason I didn't connect the dots who the first cop that was killed and nailed to the wall was. It took me a second. I was like, oh, that's the guy that called Finley a Beantown bitch.
Yep.
That was him. And the crew that they use, all you do is you see people come in. It's like a team of 5, maybe 6 of them, and they're covered head to toe in white
Hazmat suits.
hazmat suits. There you go. And if you see that scene in any of the episodes, you know something bad's about to happen.
Yeah, those are the bad guys that torture people to death.
Yeah. So
but you don't know who they are yet.
no. So we also met in the second episode, I believe, is when we meet the mayor, Grover Teal.
Yeah, Teal.
Yeah. He appoints himself police chief since the police chief was just killed.
And he always carries this cane with a big diamond head on it, which
Yeah.
becomes important later on. See,
Yeah.
this is what makes it fun, is that these little insignificant things that you're watching during the episode, they're not insignificant. It's just like a Sherlock Holmes type thing or a 007 thing. Everything they do or say is for a reason, and it's on purpose.
Yeah.
And you find it out as the story plays on, and that's one of the things that I just love about it. But anyway, go ahead, Jay.
Yes. I was trying to find, because I love the actor who played Teal, but I cannot for the life of me remember his name.
Oh, I know his name.
He was I remember him most from the movie My Cousin Vinny. He was
McGill. Bruce McGill.
Bruce McGill. There you go. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that guy, whether he's playing a good guy or an asshole. He's an actor I really enjoy. So after we not only meet Teal, though, I almost forgot, we meet Kleiner, the Elder Kleiner. I can't remember the Elder Kleiner's first name, but we meet Kleiner. Kleiner is one of those people that if you've ever lived in a small town, he's the one that, even though he's not a mayor or anything like that, he's basically the most powerful person in the town.
He owns everything.
Yeah, everybody either loves him, fears him, both. So we meet him, and he tries to play the whole, let me act like I'm kind of on Reacher's side when Reacher shows up and the town starts, they're mumbling. He's the one who, feigns that now he just showed up and it's already been proven, blah, blah, blah. And, his brother was actually one of the victims. He tries to play Mr. Nice Guy. Let me keep the peace here. I could tell he's one of those characters, though, unfortunately for me, I could tell right off the bat he was dirty. Like it doesn't feel like they were really trying to hide it, but you still don't know the whole story about what's going on, even when it comes, he moves in for St. Louis.
You know where when he first stepped in
Mm-hmm.
to the show, when we first saw Kleiner, I was like, oh my God, it's that a-hole from House.
Oh,
And
yeah.
he played House's ex-boyfriend or husband in season 2, and House has to try to cure him, and he doesn't want to cure him because he wants his girlfriend back. So it's the same actor. So if you were into House, it's that guy is the main bad guy.
And again, I had a cast list pulled up so I could see everything, but it's not showing just season 1. It's got all of them mixed in together.
Well, hang on, I'll pull it up, but I can't have 2 windows open at the same time. So hang on, I'll get it for you.
Okay.
It is
Curry Graham.
That sounds right. Yes, I think that's right.
Okay.
Oh, and his name is in the show is just Kleiner Senior, so maybe they never said his first name because I couldn't
Ah.
remember his first name either. They always just called him Kleiner. And something else that I didn't realize until I was halfway through season 3,
Mhm.
Roscoe is the only person Reacher ever calls by their first name. He called Kleiner Kleiner. He called Finley Finley. Everybody in the 110, which was his unit, they all call each other by their last name. But he called Officer Conklin, which was Roscoe, Roscoe. So he made a connection with her in some way that he never did with the rest of them.
That's true. I never thought about that.
I didn't either. It just kind of occurred to me because as we were listing, trying to think of all the people, like what Roscoe? That her last name was Conklin, and everybody else he calls by their last name, but he calls her Roscoe for whatever reason.
What's up, Eric? 9 panel grid in the house. Good to see you, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. So Teal, after he takes over, like I'm the police chief, he decides he wants Finley to conduct some. It's basically a sham investigation. He's like, yeah, investigate. A bunch of people who probably really don't have anything to do with the case. To be honest with you,
The
just
cop that was crucified in the house, he
yeah,
wanted him to go over everyone he had ever arrested that had gotten out on bail as like as a tangent to get him off the trail.
yeah.
But Reacher didn't fall for it.
No, of course not.
He identified who all the bad guys were right almost at that exact point.
Holy hell! So it's around this time. Ooh, thank you.
It's around this time that Jenny gets to show off what you're waiting on. You
Uh
guys
oh.
ready?
I'm gonna close my eyes.
Ooh, it smells good. Ooh.
Crawtators.
Oh yeah.
That was one of the best parts when Roscoe and Reacher were in that hotel, and she's making fun of him for liking the Clark bar.
Yeah.
And he's like, "What is that you're eating?" And she reads it. It's something like hot crawtators or something. It was
Yeah, and
funny.
I actually like those chips too.
Oh, are those real?
Yeah, those are real.
Oh, okay. I didn't
I
know
think
that.
they're from a company called Zapp's. They're Zapp's potato chips. Yeah, they're really good.
But
Um,
where 007 likes his martini shaken and not stirred, Reacher's is the Clark bar. And
yeah.
if anybody takes his Clark bar, you better run.
So Finley contacts his buddy in the FBI, Picard.
Picard, yep.
Yeah, and Picard agrees to take Hubble's wife and kids, who Reacher and Roscoe go to her house. It's Charlie Hubble. Go to her house. Uh, oh, thank you,
They
Phable. I appreciate that.
they went to her house because they wanted to talk to Hubble.
Right,
And when they got there, she informs them that Hubble never came home. So Reacher immediately thinks that he's dead
right,
because they had just killed another cop. So
right.
that's when they reach out to get uh, Hubble's wife and 2 daughters into a protection house.
Yeah, yeah. And it's during this time when they're talking to Charlie. Reacher does something that's kind of tropey to me, but it works. But it's that trope of can I use the restroom? Can I use your restroom? And 100% automatically what he's really gonna do. He's gonna go snoop, and that's when he finds that little. I can't remember what Roscoe calls it. They have a certain
Hitchhiker.
hitchhiker. So we just call them stickies. Uh,
A little thistle thing that sticks to your pants when you walk
yeah,
through the weeds.
and he finds it in the shoe. And after they leave, I can't remember how much longer, if he's either driving down the road and he happens to stop and check near I guess it's the property line of Kleiner where his cows are. And
That was
he's
actually
looking,
a couple episodes later.
okay. Because
But
I know
yeah,
he looks for that specifically once when he's by that fence line, he
Yep.
looks to see if any of those that little sticker thing.
That was when Roscoe took him to the murder site of where his brother got killed. He was looking for those thistles to see if Phable was in on it, and there wasn't any there. And the reason why the thistle stuck out for Reacher was this guy's house was like a 20,000 square foot mansion, and he owned a Bentley and a Cadillac, and he always dressed in suits and dress shoes. So he was like, why would this rich guy have a thistle stuck to his shoe?
Yeah.
So that's why it was so standoutish for Reacher to grab that.
Yeah. So they leave. They leave, and I'm trying to remember, like right after that. Because in episode 2 is when Picard takes Hubble and the kids, right? Charlie and the kids. That's episode 2.
To the safe house.
Yeah.
I think that's episode 3. It's either 2 or 3. But yeah.
Because I remember Reacher finds Spivey at that bar, and he's gonna talk to him, and he gets ambushed by the two guys, and he ends up laying waste to them. He does get knocked around too. Like I said, it's not just he's invincible and nothing ever hurts him.
He gets a big gash in his back by a knife, and he makes Roscoe glue it shut because he won't get stitches.
Yeah.
Which, until what happened to my niece happened to my niece, I thought that was fake, but they super glued her nose back on. So apparently it's something they do. I didn't know that.
But during that, Reacher pretty much figures out that they're actually South American ex-soldiers or something like that.
Yep.
And
from the kind of pistol they had and the kind of martial art they were using, he immediately identified it and said, "They're South American terrorists using da 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 da." And Finley's like, "How do you know that?" And he's like, "Because if they weren't, I'd have killed them in 10 seconds." And he's like, "No, seriously, how did you know?" And he's like, "They're the only ones that use this kind of gun. They fought with this kind of karate, and if they weren't, I would have killed them in 10 seconds."
Yeah. And then, naturally, Spivey gets away. Now, is this the first time he stuffs people in the trunk that we see? It's the two of them?
That's the two that were chasing him?
No, the two that he fights in front of the bar.
Oh, yeah, they were actually going to throw him in the trunk. And he's like, "No way, it's not big enough." I don't think he stuffs him in a truck because cops show up.
Okay.
And he had to run away.
That's right.
And he runs away and goes back to the police station where Finley and Roscoe were. And he's like, "I'm going to go get a beer." And Finley's like, "Oh, no, you are not going back into town by yourself. I don't need a 300-pound rage monster cutting loose in my town." And he tells Roscoe to go with him and keep an eye on him, or follow him and keep an eye on him. So he ends up going to get a hotel, and she's watching over. And come to find out, Kleiner's son, which we met in episode 2, I think, when he was getting a haircut, had hired 4 kids, literal teenage kids, to go kill Reacher. And they approach him as he's going into his motel door, and Reacher turns around, looks at the truck for a second, looks at them. "By the looks of things, you guys have been through 3 cases of beer, which means you've been here a while, which means you've been following me. Let me guess, a rich guy in a big truck paid each one of you $50 to come here and kill me." And the one kid was like, "Well, actually, it was 100. And he's like, "Yeah, whatever it was." And he's like, you think you can kill all 4 of us?" He's like, "No, but I'm going to break the wrists of 3 teenagers." And they said, "There's 4 of us." "Yeah, but one of you has to drive to the hospital." So one of them was stupid enough to throw a punch. Sure enough, Reacher breaks 3 of their hands, one with his own forehead. The guy went to punch him, and he threw his forehead at the punch, and his hand shatters. snaps the other two's wrists, and the fourth kid's like, I know where the hospital is. I'll drive. And Roscoe's watching this whole thing going, oh my God, what came into Margrave? And I
You
think that was the end of episode 3, I think.
Yes, and you know what the funniest part about that is? It reminds me of the Jack Reacher movie with Tom Cruise when the guys in the restaurant mess with him and he goes outside with them.
Hmm.
And he's like, "Well, I need to take out the leader." And there's one or two, enthusiastic parties, and then the last one always runs away. It kind of reminded me of that whole thing. And I was like, because I'm going to be honest with you, man. I've seen it. I've seen the first Jack Reacher movie. Didn't think it was that bad, but to me, the show kind of blows the movie out of the water. Never seen the second one, but the show is like, for me at least, feels like an 8 hour long movie.
I will be totally honest with you. I had never heard of Reacher before the TV show. And the way that I got turned on to the TV show was from a Facebook short video. Somebody had the clip on there of him being a smartass. I'm like, that looks like it might be something interesting. So after I had watched season 1 and 2 of Reacher like 6 or 7 times and was wanting something new, I went out and watched both of the Tom Cruise movies. They're both good, but after watching Alan Richardson as Reacher, it's so funny and comical seeing 5-foot Tom Cruise being Reacher. It's just weird. And I know he was first, but I couldn't get into it as him being Reacher. But they were good movies.
Now, I want to say that episode ends where after that, Roscoe takes him out of town.
They
to
go
a bar.
drinking.
They go drinking. They go dancing. And at this point, I honestly thought, when they were trying to get home and you find out the road is washed out, and they got to get a hotel together, I thought they were going to smash. I thought they were going to smash that first, but they didn't.
She gave him every opportunity.
Oh, yeah.
She's in her underwear. She's flailing her legs. She's like, are you comfy on the floor?
Yeah.
But Reacher was showing that he was a gentleman and that he was focused. And I think he earned her respect more by not doing anything that night. And that's where the famous Craw Taters and Clark Bar incident take place.
Well, I'm gonna let Nope get a little more situated. I see him moving around in his circle. Let him give me the thumbs up when he's ready. Okay, there it is. Thumbs up. So let's welcome him back.
Are you sure it's his thumb?
There we go.
All right, so we just got done talking about the flood and the night in the motel. Go, Nope. It's your turn.
Flood in the night in motel.
Yeah, where Roscoe and him are in the motel because the road washed out while they were at the bar drinking.
And
he was trying like crazy to get Reacher to boner, but he wouldn't do it.
Yeah. Was that before or after the shower scene? Was that the same?
No, that was like 2 episodes before the shower scene.
Oh. Man, it's funny whenever you fly through it how much you don't remember, right?
Right. I was just messing with you, brother.
No, I know.
Because you've been gone a while.
And I've been listening, but yeah, there's a delay still. So
the next episode is where Reacher wants them to meet him at this barbecue place because he had found out some information about Kleiner. And in the meantime, Finley had broken into the guard's home that had Reacher put into Gen Pop, and the guard was missing. He wasn't there. Well, 2 other cops broke in and start beating the hell out of Finley
because the little old lady seen him walking in, break the door, and then gave him
so they arrested him. They didn't know he was a cop. So anyway, then they all hook up at the barbecue place, and while Finley was in that cop's home, he grabbed his phone and looked at it, and he had called Kleiner Industries like 20 times in a row. So when they got there and met Reacher at the barbecue, Reacher said that he had found evidence that connected it to Kleiner, and it was pointing at Kleiner. And Finley's like, that's interesting because, what was that cop's name? I can't remember it. It was the weasel one that.
From the jail?
Yeah, the one
Uh,
that tried to strip search him, and he's like, "That's not going to happen."
right.
Spidey?
Spivey.
Yes.
Yes, that's it. He told Reacher that on Spivey's phone, he had called Kleiner Industries like 20 times in a row, and Reacher's like, everything's pointing at Kleiner, and he stands up and he's like, "Now wait a minute, you can't just go to Kleiner and kill somebody." He's like, "Sure I can. Watch me." So they end up going together, and one of the best scenes.
That's when he gets embarrassed by the food, right?
Yes,
Because
because
the two of
Finley
them
will
got-
only eat health food,
Yeah.
and Reacher's got this huge pile of Southern goodness, and Finley's like, "How do you eat that stuff and stay the way you are?" And he goes, "Like this," and he took a big
Yeah.
old bite.
Yeah. And
I get asked that question a lot too. Usually, whenever I go out to eat, my plate looks much like Reacher's. And then they're like, "How did you just eat all that?" I was hungry.
yeah. When you're hungry, you eat.
Right.
At the beginning of that episode, we're coming back from I can't remember exactly where they were. They were just out of town. I remember that much.
Mississippi,
Yeah, there you go.
Alabama.
Alabama, okay,
Alabama.
Alabama.
Yep.
Okay. And they go to
Mississippi's on the other side of Alabama.
That's right.
Margrave's in Georgia.
Yep.
at least
And that's today's geography lesson with
Yeah,
Mr.
glad
Noble.
Nope was paying attention. But they get to Roscoe's house so she can change clothes, uniform, whatever. You find out her house been broken into. It's been tossed, and there's a message left for her on the wall. So
Door.
the door. Okay. Now what I can't remember is, do we have a scene of the guys in white going in there, or are they just assuming that they came for her?
All they saw was the crowbar had opened the door.
Okay.
There
You
was
see
no
all
other
the
clue
marks
anyone had
on the
been there.
door.
And
Door's
then he
cracked
noticed
open.
on the floor was the mud footprints that were the same as the hazmat mud
Okay.
footprints for the cop that got crucified.
That's
And then when she shuts her door, it says "We'll be back" was carved in her door.
See you soon.
Yeah, and then Reacher's like, "I'm really going to need a gun," because they wouldn't give him a gun up to that point.
I'm gonna need that gun now.
That's the part that I remember most about that scene, though, is when she goes and she gets the guns that Gray left her.
Yeah.
Desert
She
Eagle.
opens those things up, man. Oh my goodness!
Is that what it is? 50 cal? Desert
Yeah.
Eagle?
Desert Eagle.
Ooh.
That's my holy grail that I hope to get one day.
Oh, it's.
I just want a set of 1911s.
It's
That's all.
such a pretty gun.
I'm not picky.
And it is definitely a Reacher gun. It's definitely like it looks
Oh,
like
for sure.
Dirty Harry to 44 Magnum, Reacher to Desert Eagle.
Well, the
Be
guy
gentle
that
with it.
size.
And Roscoe tells him, "Don't be gentle with it. Don't use it if you don't have to." And as soon as they walk out the door, he just blows up a stump with it. And she turns around, "Are you kidding me? I just told you don't shoot unless you don't have to." And with absolutely no expression on his face, "Never trust a firearm you haven't personally fired." And he racks in another one, puts it in his pocket.
Yep.
Like, too bad, so sad. I shot your gun.
That's such a smart thing to do too, man.
Oh yeah, because you don't want to get into with somebody and then click.
Yeah.
Sounds like you just racked back a gun yourself, Jay.
You may have.
My monster that just spit all over me, but that's all right.
Whoa! What are you
Get
doing?
one in
Keep
the
your
can.
hands up, or we
In the
can see.
can. Come on, you. Jeez, I tell you to get out of the gutter, Ed, but I think your brain just lives there.
I would die. It'd be like
My brain
Aquaman
lives
out of the
there.
ocean. That's why we're bros. Nope.
So we get after the after they get the gun and everything and they're leaving. There's a contact. It feels like I cannot remember where they got this number from, but they contact a colleague of Joe's named Molly Beth at the Secret Service. I can't remember if the scene where they try to go and get Joe's stuff from the hotel is in this episode, or if that's a later episode where we get the list of names and stuff.
That's a later episode.
Okay, so
That's when Picard gave them the name of where the guy had.
Okay.
Yeah, that was later on. But yeah.
Okay. Let's,
Well, but didn't they find he had a suit, and then in the lining of it there was a Velcro pocket that had numbers and stuff in it. That's where he found all the names and all
Right.
the different aliases.
But that
in
was after Picard brought him the hotel information. Because that's what made them go there to get it, and the guys had already beat them there, and they were like, how could they have beat us there? Well,
I gotcha.
We know how now, but at the time,
Shit, I would have rewatched season 1 if I'd have known that's all we were talking about today.
we're gonna get into season 2.
No, I know.
I had thought about it, and then Amy looked at me and like, really? You've watched that so many times, you don't know it? And I'm like, yeah, you're right. I don't need to watch it again.
I didn't watch anything but damn YouTube videos today. Just stupid. Like, I watch police body cams more than I need to.
I can see the entertainment value in that.
It's like watching Cops.
Yeah.
But better, because it's like you don't feel like it's staged because there's a camera crew following the cops. They're wearing the damn camera crew now. So, I don't know.
It's better than that weird midget wrestling that Jay likes to watch so much.
That's true, but I don't have a Siri to open it up on my computer.
That was so funny.
Oh man, yeah. Whenever I had that timestamp, like that would have been such a good 1 minute short. Like literally 1 minute encapsulates that entire moment of you hijacking John's computer.
Yeah, that was so good.
I've never seen that big man move that fast. Oh no! Damn it, Eddie!
No! It's like Hellboy yelling, "No!"
God. So, anyway, somehow he gets this number to Molly Beth because she comes a little bit later.
Reacher knew that his brother John was working for the Secret Service.
Okay.
So they would just looked up the number to the main office.
Gotcha.
And she answered, and they asked, do you know John Reacher? Blah 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 blah. And she was helping him with an investigation.
Joe.
Isn't that what I said?
You said John, I think.
Oh, sorry, I meant Joe. I don't know where John came from.
Thinking of Castle.
It's pretty close.
Probably.
Joe, John, Jack.
Yeah, they're all the same. JJJ. Now I know I Reacher calls everybody by their last name. You don't got to worry about it.
Yeah, right. Or why their mother did.
Right.
That was weird to me.
Weird. That was kind of weird to me because we called Joe Joe.
Yeah.
But we called Jack Reacher the whole time.
And they never explained that either.
That was one of the first things that Amy and I were talking about. It's like, why would your mother call you by your last name?
Right.
Now, I don't know why
it happens. There's two of you.
Right. I don't know why it happens, but I will admit, growing up in school, my friends and I all called each other by our last name.
That's the same way it was with us.
Yeah. I don't know why. It's just, that's the way it worked.
Football.
Oh, well, yeah, I never thought of it. That could have been it with me too.
Yeah.
But yeah, if any of my friends ever said Ed or Eddie, I didn't even turn my head. But when they yell my last name, I'd be like, what?
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, your mom calling you your last name, I couldn't understand that either. And that was never really explained.
Mm-mm.
And I will, I see the value in the flashbacks. But after a while, it was like, okay, I get it. Let's stop with the flashbacks.
Well, and they should have had more flashbacks with the brother.
Agreed.
Versus just whenever the mom passes. Not to get ahead of the everything, but...
And then the guy, the actor that they had playing Joe in that last episode didn't look anything like the shaved head body.
No, he looked like he was... I thought it was an older guy. Whenever they showed the body on the morgue table, I thought it was like a guy with like horseshoe balding hair. Is what it looked like.
Now keep in mind that this was supposed to be a few years earlier, but not that much. But yeah. And I also, because all throughout, Reacher kept talking about how him and his brother look so much alike that's how the lady will know who he is.
Right.
I didn't think they looked anything alike either. Joe wasn't built.
Height, sure, maybe build, but it really didn't even show the brother that much that it made it look like he was really that much bigger or even the same size, just in height.
Right.
Yeah. And the first time they talked to Mary Ellen,
Molly Beth.
Molly Beth, there you go. Like first time he talks to her, she calls him Joe.
Yeah. Joe,
Yeah.
it's so good to hear you.
And hearing later on in the episode when they do the flashback with both the brothers being older, I was like,
They
I
didn't
don't see
sound
how.
the same
Yeah,
either.
they didn't sound enough alike
No.
for that. So
They-
I mean, again, suspension of disbelief for some things.
'Cause-
Honestly, they should have left that scene out because that Joe to me just wasn't believable as the
Just-
Joe that they had been talking about the whole season.
just left him to imagination, maybe.
Yeah, not ever show that. I mean, it showed how he got the medal,
Yeah, I think
but that
was
was really the
difference
only
to me.
purpose of it.
Yeah,
Well, and whenever they first showed the body in the morgue, I honestly thought he was going to be a much older brother.
Hmm.
But then they showed it, and it's like, oh, they were maybe a year apart or something like that. They
Well,
could
even
almost
when it
be
showed
Irish
them as-
twins.
Yeah, even when it showed them as little boys, they were only a couple years apart, maybe.
Right.
yeah.
Like, and honestly, you couldn't even tell which one was which because of the flashbacks and how far apart they were. You're like, well, which one was supposed to be what? Okay,
Yeah.
okay, well, yeah. So it was hard to keep them straight in the flashback because of how close they were playing it in age.
And
Yeah,
then they show you in the flashback that even as a kid, Reacher was badass because he was actually the one beating up all the kids, not Joe, because they made it look like Joe was, but it wasn't. It was Reacher.
But
See,
you can
that's
still
part of the
imagine that he's
Yeah.
probably still a badass, the brother, because
Yeah.
who else would make him feel like he said, the only man that ever made me feel small?
Yeah. And see, for me, when it came to the flashbacks, I think they cut the flashbacks off at the most interesting parts.
Mhm.
Like when the brothers are about to fight the group of kids, when they're protecting the special needs kid in the barn or wherever they were. I feel like they had too much crap at the beginning of that scene that like wasn't really needed. I wanted to see the beatdowns. That's what I wanted to see.
Can you
Yeah.
really shoot that though with all the child this and child that, kids beating up on each other without it looking too much like Cobra Kai?
That's
Yeah.
true. That's
You
true.
know.
Not to mention kids aren't the best actors, so having
Right,
a
that's
fight.
what I mean.
Yeah.
That's true.
But just to throw it out there, when he said that Joe was the only person that made him feel small, I thought he was talking about his heart and his head, not his physical attributes, because he protected Reacher and took the blame for everything, even though Reacher was the one that was always doing it. And Reacher was the one that told him, don't you cry. Don't ever let anyone see you cry. You can cry later when you're alone.
Right.
So when he said that Joel was the only person that made him feel small, I took that as because of his heart and his head, not his size. But
His
I can,
character.
right.
Yeah.
Right.
yeah, I want to say the one of the best lines from the kids though when they were doing that flashback is when Reacher tells that kid, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry. The left side of your face doesn't look like the right side." Of your
Right.
face.
Because he literally took a magic 8-ball and bashed the kid's eye in.
Yeah.
And cops showed up at their home with the crushed magic 8-ball.
Well, was it an off-brand Magic 8-Ball? Was that a real
Yeah.
thing? That
Nah,
brand?
I don't know. To me, it was just a magic 8-ball, but
I
know.
get that. I just trivia curiosity.
Don't know. I didn't know that the Crawtator hot chips were real until Jay just told me that he buys them.
Mm-hmm.
The chips that
Cajun
Roscoe ate in
Crawtators.
the hotel.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Cajun Crawtators.
Cajun Crawtators.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because she was making fun of him for wanting the Clark bar, and he's like, "What are you eating?" And she's like, "Chips." He's like, "Oh no, read the name," and it was something like Southern Hot Crawtators, and they both started laughing, which is one of the few times Reacher laughs or even smiles or shows any emotion at all. For that
It must
matter.
be based on latitude where they sell that.
Yeah, 'cause we got them in Texas. They're good, man. I love them. So before we go and see the aftermath of Finley kind of getting the crap beat out of him, Reacher goes to when they find out the truck driver.
Mm-hmm.
They find the truck driver and the insurance company that's covering or on Kleiner's payroll.
That's what led Reacher to Kleiner. I couldn't remember what it was, but yep, that's what it was.
He
It
went
was
there
the
first
truck
under a
driver.
fake name. You know, he wanted this guy to help him with his claim and everything. And right before they get to anything, Reacher's like, actually, I was lying. What I'm going to do is I'm going to choke you with this phone cord.
Well, hang on, do it right. Do it right now.
What?
He's like, what you're gonna do is you're gonna give me records on da 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 da.
Yeah.
And he's like, who the hell do you think you are? And he grabs his phone. He's like, I could change your life with one phone call. And Reacher looks at him. I'll end your life
Well, I
with one
picked one
phone.
phone.
With
That's
one
what it
phone.
was.
And the guy picks up the phone, and Reacher jumps across, wraps the cord around his neck, and says, "Print the file." And the guy's like, "Oh!" He's like, "Print the file." Yep.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to cut you off, but that's
No,
a
no,
classic.
no. That's good because again, even though I just watched the first season, not even a day and a half ago,
It's hard to remember all
it's
that.
spotty. It's
Yeah.
spotty.
It gets easier after the 13th time.
Right.
Yeah. Hopefully, I'll get there. But
Like I could quote you and probably run through the episodes of The Office like this, but
because identity theft is not a joke, Jim. Millions of people struggle every day. So
What are you talking about?
we,
have you never watched
that
The
The
Office,
Office?
Eddie?
yeah.
Yes.
I have not.
Oh man. You are in for a treat, my friend. Please just try and carve out a little bit of time and just try out and get to the second season and try it from this. Like you have to watch the first season, of course, but even if that one doesn't grow on you, watch into the second season just because those first seasons are always funky because they're always short and they're trying to make something funny.
Action,
But
drama, comedy. What is it?
it's comedy. It's comedy. It's basically like a
Is that the one? Is that the one that Steve Carell was in?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, I've never seen that. I've just seen the memes.
It's great.
Okay,
It is
I'll give
so
it a
great.
try.
Yeah, it's funny.
I missed
And Parks
the
and
train on
Rec.
that.
Parks and Rec too. If you haven't seen that one, it goes
Never
along.
heard of that
Watch
one
The
either.
Office first.
Yeah.
Watch The Office first. Well, that's where my little YouTube handle kind of comes from.
Oh.
Is my thought on if Ron Swanson was to create an internet name, what would he do?
Now,
He
now
would list Leslie's name.
is this a network thing or is this a streaming thing? Where do
Yeah,
you watch
and
it?
NBC. You can find them on Peacock, I think, but I want to say that they were on Netflix for a while.
That's how I saw them.
But maybe since Peacock launched, they might have taken them off of Netflix, so you get a Peacock subscription.
The only thing I have right now is Prime, so I'll have to
gotcha.
wait on that a little bit unless I can find them in other means, as Jay likes to put it.
Right.
Various means. Various means. So,
Not that I would ever do that. I would never
No.
do that.
so we get back to the jail cell. The jail cell that Finley's in, and man, these cops had busted him up. He's bleeding all over. Like, dude, they roughed him up bad. And the one of the cops comes to the cell, and it was like, you should have told me. You should have. This is always funny to me when the cops say this when they do these kind of episodes. You should have told me you were a cop. It's like, bro, you didn't give him a chance.
They hit him from behind
Yeah.
and then started kicking the crap out of him. Literally, there's no way he could have gotten a word out.
Yeah.
And then like how many? And then Roscoe's like, how many criminals you know wearing a 3-piece tweed suit?
Tweed suit. Dressing this nice.
Right. And then Roscoe's such a little spitfire. As soon as she found out that the cops that were in the hallway were the ones that beat him up, she like lurches at him, and Finley, all beat up and bleeding, has to grab her and say, no, this isn't the time. She's about to open a can of whoop ass on those other cops.
Exactly.
I love Roscoe.
Well, you're getting kind of ahead of it, though, aren't you? Because then that was after she found out the autopsy report was re-examined.
Are you sure?
She talked to the ME about reopening those pictures for Gray. And
I
then
think
once
I
they
think you're
zoomed
ahead.
in,
Yeah, I think you're ahead.
well, what are we talking about?
We're talking about where they beat up Finley when they were first discovering it was Klein.
Right. I guess never mind.
Because that whole thing you're talking about, so it leads to her getting fired, and that's
later
a little ways down the road.
later. That's
Two
what I thought.
episodes. You're two episodes ahead, man.
I'm
That's
overhearing
okay.
things.
It's okay, dude.
Nope, you're good.
We're gonna skip
Put in
around
this
anyway.
overhead phone.
We're gonna skip around anyway because
Yeah.
going episode by episode
No habla inglés.
might I might forget stuff along the way.
Don't
But
worry, I got you covered.
there's let's see.
Where were we? You were just talking about Roscoe coming in and picking him
Roscoe,
up,
yep, and then
and
there's
then that's when they drive to the barbecue place
yes, and then
and compare notes.
after that they go to see Kleiner in person.
Only Finley and Reacher, and
Only
that's
Fin-
because
yeah,
Finley wouldn't let Reacher go because Reacher stood right up and was like, "I'll go." And he's like, "No, you're not going in there and just killing everybody. I'm coming with you." And
Right.
he was lecturing Reacher on watch your language, keep calm, and that's what leads up to one of the best
Right.
scenes. Go ahead,
yeah.
Jay. Didn't mean to cut you off.
So they're in Kleiner's office. The first thing I remember is was it Reacher? I forget. What did you just say? Did you say Reacher and Finley were there?
Yep.
No.
Okay.
I thought it was Finley and
No, it's Reacher and Finley are in
Okay.
Kleiner's office. Reacher doesn't say a word. He just sits there.
okay,
But
yeah.
when they get there, he says, "Man, that's a hell of a lot of animal feed."
You're right. That was yep. Because they were unloading a semi full of animal feed.
Yep. And remember
Mhm.
that line because he says that repeatedly and it ends up with a payoff. So
To the point where Roscoe almost shoots him over it because
yeah,
she got tired of hearing it. I swear to God, if you say animal feed, I'm going to rip your nuts off and make you eat them.
yeah.
Great
But
lines in this show.
they're in the office talking to Kleiner, and Kleiner is kind of doing thinly veiled threats. It feels like
Condescending remarks.
very condescending stuff, and it's not Reacher that does it, but
Finley.
it's Finley. And pardon my French for what I said. I'm trying to remember the
Come on,
line.
don't
I'm
get it
gonna
wrong. If you want quotes, I'll do the
I
quotes.
will break my fucking foot off in your fucking ass.
Dude, you missed it. You got to say the
Okay.
whole thing.
Say it for
Out
me.
of nowhere, he says, Horatio Finley. And
Mhm.
Kleiner and Reacher kind of look at him and they go, huh? Horatio Finley. That was the name of my daddy. And then he looks up at Kleiner and he says, Mr. Kleiner, you may think that everybody in this town, you're their daddy, but you're not my daddy. And if you impede my investigation in any way, I promise you, I will shove my effing foot so far up your effing ass, it'll come out your effing throat.
See,
And Kleiner's like, now's the time I think you two need to leave. And he calls in the bodyguards, which looked hilarious because Reacher stood up and he's twice as big as both of them. But they walked out without a problem. And on the way back to the car, Reacher's like, Finley, swear words are
a sign of weakness
sign of
or
weak
weakness.
yes,
And
sign of weak
weak-minded
minds and
people.
vocabulary. And he's like, shut the hell up and get in the car.
I just remember the F bombs. I couldn't remember the quote, so thank
Yep.
you for that. But I just when it happened, it was one of the I laughed. I was like,
Yep.
he's been getting onto people this whole time about their language, and when he just busts off with that out of nowhere, I was like, I laughed. I thought it was Finley's a great character.
Oh, totally.
Definitely.
It felt like it was a character they were trying to make me dislike, but I actually liked him from the beginning. Like I'm kind of drawn to those hard ass detective types for some reason. So I've been on his side pretty much the whole time. When he does that, I was like, dude, Finley's my guy. Finley
And
is my
keep in
guy.
mind that Finley is like 5 foot nothing, weighs 100 and nothing, and he's getting right in Reacher's chest. I would say face, but he can't reach that high.
That's true.
Yelling and trying to boss him around the first few episodes, but
Yeah. So Reacher, after this, he pretty much tells Roscoe and Finley, the heat's kind of on. We got to get y'all moved out of your houses because these people are going to be gunning for us. So Roscoe goes to get some stuff from a gas station or something by herself, and we totally missed the part when he meets the younger Kleiner for the first time.
We mentioned it at the barber shop, but we
Yeah,
didn't
at the
go into
barbershop.
detail.
What was the dance he said?
The Tom
Last,
Burrito.
yeah. Do you want
He
to dance
he
the Tom
he,
Burrito
he
with me?
noticed the truck following him,
Mm-hmm.
but he never saw who was in them. So then he goes into this barber shop to get a shave because he heard some Blind Blake music coming out of it and wanted to talk to the barber about it. And when the barber turns his head, he sees the truck parked right outside, and two guys were just standing there staring at him. And the barber tells him that that's Kleiner's son and nephew. So Reacher's like, "Hold my spot," and he gets up and he wipes the shaving cream off. And he's like, "The last time somebody eyeballed like me was a lady down in Paraguay, and she wanted to dance the Tom Burrito with me. Do you want to dance the Tom Burrito with me?" Go ahead, Jay.
Right. It's just I love that scene because it's one of those it's rich kid smugness
Hmm.
in that entire scene. Like he's like, I'm untouchable. This guy's not gonna mess with me. Well, he makes the mistake of catching Roscoe at the gas station. And he basically he warns her that Reacher's a murderer. And that there's a thing about KJ and Roscoe that we learn a little bit later. He feigns this, I'm just trying to look out for you thing, but we learn later on something about that. But while they're doing this, I believe this is the time where Reacher's driving in the car, notices there's a car following him, and he drives off into a field, and he's
That
about to
was
be ambushed.
that was when he was trying to figure out where Sn- Snively, what the heck was his name?
Spivey,
Spivey was. So he went to Spivey's bar to bribe somebody. And this big boxer comes up to Reacher and says, "He ain't going to tell you shit. Spivey's a friend. Get the hell out of here." And Reacher looks him up and down and says, "You're a boxer, aren't you?" And he goes, "Golden gloves twice."
Southpaw.
So, yeah, Southpaw. He's like, Reacher says, "The only problem with boxing, too many rules." And he punches the guy right in the nuts and then just beats the hell out of him. And then all of a sudden, the guy that a minute ago was talking all tough is like, "Spivey's not here anymore. Two South American guys came and grabbed him and threw him in a car."
Yeah, okay. Because the funniest part about this scene is he leaves, he goes out, he notices
Hmm.
the car, and goes
Yep.
back in. And when he goes back in, everybody's like checking on the guy. He just got the crap kicked out of him. He goes to the back and gets something. He comes back out. Now they got the guy up in a chair. Like it's a whole little scene going on behind him while he's walking back and forth in
And
this
the
in this
first
car.
time he steps over his body, he steps over him, and what he was doing was he was getting a rag because he wanted to wipe his fingerprints off of the car because he knew what he was going to be doing in a minute when he noticed the car was parked behind him.
That's right. So then we have like the chase, but not really a chase down the road. Like Reacher knows just how fast to go. He's telling the guys to keep up with him.
Hmm.
And when they get to this field or something, I can't remember exactly where it is.
He pulls off into a field in the middle of a thunderstorm, and he jumps out of the car and lets the car keep driving up this hill until it kind of like stalls next to a barn. And he's laying down in the grass with his Desert Eagle. And the guys pull in that were following him, and he sneaks up behind them and blows them to hell. And then he grabs them and breaks their legs backwards.
Yes.
And when he pops the trunk, he sees Spivey's dead body in there. So he
Mhm.
knew Spivey had been killed by these guys.
Yeah.
So he breaks these guys' legs and shoves them all into the trunk. And Finley calls him while he's doing this. And he's like, "Did you find Spivey?" And he goes, "It was a dead end," which was another great one liner because he just found him dead.
Yeah.
And so then they meet back up, and he tells them that he had two guys that killed what's his face? I just said it, Spivey.
Maybe. Yeah.
And Finley's like, "Well, I want to question them." He's like, "Well, they're not going to answer any questions." And then Finley was like, "Well, I'm a pretty good interrogator," and he's like, "Not that good." And Finley's like, "Two more bodies. Two more bodies. That's 7 bodies since you got in my town."
Yeah. And this is around the time they're at the burned out car, The burned
Yep.
out vehicle? Yeah.
Yep. That's when they're checking out the burned out vehicle. And what the burned out vehicle was is they were, if for Reacher's brother, he had to have an SUV because he was big like Reacher, and Reacher knew that he would have had to run it a car. So his brother always used the short stops of Yankees players as his pseudo names when he was staying somewhere, and he found a name on a rental car that was an ex-Yankee, so he knew it was his brother. But go ahead.
Yeah. Um, so this is around the time that they tell Roscoe to like fudge her report. Okay, no more dead bodies for me tonight. Um, so she says something about the plates or whatever, and we have Reacher and Roscoe and Finley go to dispose of all the dead bodies. And what they
Ho-
do is they take it to the airplane or airplane.
Hold up, Jay.
Yeah,
I think you're skipping over the part you were leading up to, because you were leading up to AJ getting her in the gas station, and he's like, I've been trying to be your friend or whatever, and she's like, if you don't get out of my way, I'm gonna cuff you and bend you over the hood of this car, cuff you, and take you to jail. And he's like, ooh, well, what if I like that? And then as she's getting in the car, it's like, you might want to find out more about Reacher. Ask him about the innocent people he killed in Baghdad.
yeah. Okay,
So
yeah.
yeah, well,
There's that trying to plant a seed of doubt thing that happens.
hmm
To me, I think as soon as I learned what happened with that story, I kind of forgot about that part of it. Like once I learned what it was.
right.
Um,
So anyway, he had told them that they rushed him and he shot him and stuffed him in the trunk.
mhm.
Well, then they go to dispose the bodies, and it's just him and Roscoe. And when Roscoe gets there and pops the trunk, she goes, ew, because all their legs. And he's like, oh, I did that after they were dead. And she's like, oh my God, it's like Jenga in there, or Tetris. It's like Tetris in
Tetris.
there.
Human Tetris.
And then she noticed that the exit wound was coming out of their chest. And she turns and she's like, you shot them in the back. You told us they charged you. And he said, I told Finley what Finley needed to know.
Yeah.
And that's when she's like, Reacher, what happened at Baghdad? And Reacher's like, you've been talking to AJ. And she's like, no, KJ was talking to me, but what happened in Baghdad? And he's like, why? And she's like, because I need to know the kind of person I'm working with. So he tells a story about a group of local kids that was outside of Baghdad that used to play soccer and wave at him while he was on guard patrol. And he found men molesting them. And he gave the men a choice to turn themselves in or to face his justice. And he said that he knew that they were going to come looking for him. So he was waiting in the dark. And when the guys showed up, he shot all three of them. So then he looks at Roscoe and says, do you have a problem with me killing men that want to abuse little children? And her eyes get wide. She goes, no. And he's like, good, because I want to know the kind of person I'm working with. So in other words, he was like, trust me, I'll trust you, and let's get this done.
Yes. Okay. I was getting to that because I was going to skip to the next episode because it's at the beginning of that episode he talks about that.
hmm
But um, basically, this is the episode finally where they smash. I've been waiting for these two to smash since the first time they talked to each other. Okay,
Hulk smash.
man.
Knew it was coming too. You could tell. Look on her
Yes,
face.
yes. The
Dude, she was
tension.
trying to get him in the motel
I
during the
know.
flood, and he wasn't acting like he was interested.
Homie's just taking a shower, and the next thing you know, there's a naked Roscoe.
And I love the
Mm.
first words out of his mouth after they kiss. Who's watching the
Who's
door?
watching the door?
And then they bone.
Yeah, that just it felt like it was going to be a little awkward, and it felt a little awkward for the first couple of minutes, but then it was like, okay, we got to go check on these air conditioning boxes. It ended up being that these truckers were driving around, and the person that they found, the driver that they found, they thought they found his house, but it was like him and his ex-wife or something like that, or she didn't take his name.
It was his house, but she
Okay.
didn't take his name because she didn't want anything to do with what he was doing.
Yeah.
Because she knew he was doing something illegal. Because she's like, how many truckers you know that can buy off a house like this and one for their parents? So she knew he was up to no goods and knew it was going to end up getting him killed, but she didn't care anymore.
Right. And this is the episode where Picard gives them the lead on the motel that Joe was staying at when he was murdered.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where, when they get there, those other dudes had gotten there first.
And nobody
But-
could figure out how.
Exactly.
Because Picard had found the registration, and the
Mhm.
other guys hadn't even known about it. And it was at that point you're like, well, how could they have got there first? So you got to
Yeah.
keep that in mind as we go along.
Yeah.
And then Reacher being Reacher's like, if you were in a smash and grab, what would you do? You'd take his briefcase and throw everything else away. And
Mhm.
Roscoe's like, what? And he opens up a dumpster and he finds his suit bag. And he
Mhm.
opens up his suit and starts going through the pocket and he finds a piece of paper with numbers on it. And he's like, son of a bitch. And just then they start getting shot at again.
Triple B, you're good, man.
Going to the bone, bone, bone.
So, and you know, it's one of those things where you know he knows how his brother was. He knows my brother's not just going to leave something for somebody else to find so easily. So he goes through. They find that the hidden note, and then the mercenaries that are hired. They jump Roscoe and Reacher, and this is about the time that Molly Beth, who Reacher was talking to, that got all these files and stuff together for from the job that Joe was working on, because it ended up being a counterfeiting thing. She arrives in Atlanta, and before Reacher and the team can get to her, she's killed. Which that gets Reacher in the mindset of anybody who cares about a Reacher ends up dying.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and he makes the mistake of saving Roscoe, and it pisses her off, and she smacks him for it.
yep.
She's like, I told you last night didn't change anything. What the hell were you thinking? And he said, I was thinking that when Joe died, I didn't have anyone else to care for. And then I met you, and I liked it, and I felt better. And then she kind of like melted, and you knew at that point she wasn't mad anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. So the next episode, Reacher's already mad. You know, he feels like he's the one who got Molly Beth murdered. Like
Yep.
he feels guilty about that. Well, he's driving back to the station. He notices that Roscoe is washing the side of her truck. Well, apparently, and we all know who did it, somebody spray painted whore on the side of her truck. And this probably stems from KJ finding out that she slept with Reacher.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, he pulls into that parking lot, he sees that, and immediately gets back in the car and peels out. Like he's already going to town. He's going to find that truck. He's going to find out where they're at. So he goes into this restaurant where it's KJ, his cousin Dawson, I think is the guy's name, and one other guy, and they're telling stories, and it's kind of those. If the guy wasn't such a rich kid douchebag, it sounded like stuff I did when I was a kid, putting firecrackers and stuff in mailboxes.
Yeah, but I don't think you would let a guy get arrested in federal prison like they did and were laughing at it. They were all a-holes.
Yeah. No, to be honest, I probably would never put a firecracker in anybody's mailboxes. I'd be afraid that I'd hurt something.
Yeah, me either.
No,
I grew up in the sticks. Hey. We did a lot of weird things to entertain ourselves.
Yeah, right.
I got in plenty of trouble without blowing people's mailboxes up, though. But
Yeah.
Reacher gets in there, and he grabs this chair from another table and just drags it on the floor
As
as
loud as possible.
loud as possible, and turns around and sits down and just like,
Grabs one of their French fries.
yep, starts eating their food off the plate. And dude's like, what do you
If you're
say? Like,
hungry, dude, I'll buy you something to eat. I mean, after
yeah.
all, let's feed the homeless.
And then Jay would cry. Yeah, that's true. That's probably true too, Triple B. Um, and he's like, you look like, I can't remember if he says you look like somebody who's never been hit before,
No,
or
you're
I'm just
you're.
wondering how it's you're. I can't remember the line.
He's like, I just have one question. What kind of man are you?
Mhm.
And he didn't answer. And he's like, it wasn't rhetorical. I really want to know, what kind of man are you? What kind of man has a work truck that's never seen anything more than a keg, and then goes to a woman half his size and tries to intimidate her? And by the way, she's beyond intimidation. So I really want to know, what kind of man are you? And the asshole kid leans forward and he's like, let me tell you something about that little cock tease Roscoe. And as soon as he says that, Reacher, wham! That guy goes flying over tables.
Yes.
Oh, and there was another part I forgot. And he's like, but I think I know what kind of man you are. You're the kind of man that thinks about stuff. And he's like, you knew that when you did that to Roscoe's truck that I'd come here. You knew I'd come in and confront you about it. But you know what you didn't know? And he's like, what's that? How hard it hurts when I hit you.
That's what it was.
And then he leans forward and says, well, let me tell you something about that little cock tease. And he just, bitch, it was an open hand. He
Yeah.
just slaps him and he goes flying over like 2 tables. Then he kicks the other table into the crotch of his cousin. And his buddy, who was in football, he just beat the shit out of all 3 of them.
Yep.
And then KJ finally gets up from his bitch slap and pulls a knife on him just as Finley and Roscoe walk in with their guns out. Drop the knife, KJ, or I'll drop you. And then the dad Kleiner comes in. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Stage 3. I'll let you take over again. I'm just here for the quotes.
Oh man, like that was perfect. Perfect. You find out that Kleiner's not going to press any charges, and Reacher's like, well, he doesn't want to press any charges because this, and this will happen. And
Yep.
at the same time, this is when Teal calls Roscoe about that fudging she did for the car
Mm-hmm.
and fires her.
Yep.
So now she's been fired.
Yep.
And
then they started talking about because she said that, to go back a little bit, part that we forgot to tell everybody was Roscoe's parents were killed when she was young, and this guy had been taking care of her, and he was an investigator cop, and he had left her that Desert Eagle, and then supposedly hung himself. So she got that Desert Eagle from the guy that raised her like a daughter, and then supposedly hung himself. So we forgot about that detail because that's important about what you're about to mention. Because then Reacher's like, I can't remember the name of the guy, but he's like,
Gray.
You said he was, yeah, you said Gray was meticulous with records. Is there anywhere he would have kept them? And she's like, no, the only place he ever went was the office and the bar. And Reacher's like, that's not entirely true. And Roscoe looks at him and said, you mentioned that he would go in once a week for a haircut and a shave. Why does a man need a haircut when he doesn't have any hair? And all their eyes get big, like, so they go back and they find out that the box that the Desert Eagle was in had a secret compartment with a key. And they go to the barber with the key, and the barber, which is another one of those moments like, dude, why didn't you say this sometime over the last 5 years? The guy that had supposedly hung himself gave him a hope chest or lockbox or whatever you want to call it, and said that if Roscoe ever comes looking for it, to tell her that he was proud of her little butterfly or whatever he called her, and to give her the box. And they open it and all the records are in there.
Yep.
And one of the records, they're going through it and it's like all the tax information, and they got Kleiner on tax fraud, but that's not enough. Reacher's like, no, that's the frosting on the cake. It's not enough. And then he's like, how many head of cattle do you think Kleiner has? And she's like, damn it, Reacher. If this is about he's like, well, that was a hell of a lot. And she
Well,
says, if you said that was a hell of a lot of animal feed, I'm going to cut your balls off and make you eat them. And he's like, well, it was. How many cows do you have to have before you have to register as a farm? And I don't know how Finley knows this, but he's like, I think it's 120. And Reacher's like, right here, he stopped at 116. So he bought enough cattle to not raise suspicion, but not so much as to have someone come and investigate his farm. So that leads them to go ahead. Sorry.
you're good. I'm listening because I'm really excited to get to the next part because this is when we get Neely.
Yes.
This is the episode we get Neely, and he meets with her to find like a hitman who may have been his brother's killer. Well, during this scene, because that whole scene's great, but I gotta go back a little bit. Roscoe, after reading all this new information, seeing all this stuff, and Reacher telling her, usually people who are going to commit suicide give you something they prize, like the day of or the day before, like soon, not however many years it's been. So that gets her thinking. So she goes back to the morgue to talk to Jasper, and Jasper says something about the contusion that was, or the cut that was on Gray's head. If you zoomed in, sometimes like you can see a pattern of the object, and when they zoom in on it, Jasper goes, "Huh? Does that look like diamonds to you?" And she leans in. She goes, "You're damn right it does." And that's when we figure out Teal, who has the big diamond on his cane, he was actually involved in Gray's murder.
Yeah, because what they were originally told was that he slipped off the chair when he tried to hang himself and hit his head on a desk, and that's what caused the contusion.
Mm-hmm.
But after zooming in and seeing the diamond shape, she knew immediately that it was the guy's cane.
Yep. So she goes right to the station, runs right into him, son of a bitch, and she just clocks him.
Yep.
Like, what a hook she threw at this dude. And they're pulling her off. Now, the rest of the cops, I think they're thinking she's just mad because she's been fired.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think soon enough, Triple B, Ed's doing such a great job with this. He's going to be a fantastic reviewer on his channel.
I am passionate about Reacher. I don't know why.
Goodness.
I'm obsessed.
So good, man.
I'm just glad that you guys are getting addicted with me for the ride.
That again, that's the thing. I was addicted to it. I just, for whatever reason, I fell out of it, and then getting back into it, I'm like, yep.
Well, welcome back to the dark side, brother.
Yeah, it's like I gotta stop myself. I gotta stop myself, or I'm not gonna get any kind of sleep.
I know that feeling. Believe me.
So, Finley decides, he's gonna get her out of town, and
Finley walks in on her beating him up.
Right.
And he grabs her and takes her away and says, we got to hide you because now you've blown our cover. We had them thinking we were chasing ghosts, and now you're going to raise their suspicion because you just went in and opened a can of whoop ass. Yeah. And he calls Reacher and says, Roscoe just beat, what was his name? Damn it. Teal. Roscoe just beat Teal's ass in his own Reacher way. He's like, good. He's like, no, not good, because now she has to be out of here and blah blah blah. We're gonna hide her in a motel and all this stuff.
Yeah. So then they come up with this plan of having her replace Picard because I think.
Well, wait, you're skipping something, because the paper that he found in his brother's jacket had phone numbers on it.
Mm-hmm.
So they all meet up, and Finley's like, let's run reports on all these numbers and find out who they belong to. And Reacher's like, or we could call them. And Finley's like, or we could do that too. So they all call him and find out that two of them belonged to professors that were out of town on a conference, and the third one was for the EPA. And this is what makes Reacher call Neely, and we get to meet the awesomeness of Neely over the
See,
phone.
it feels like you just watched this episode right before the show.
I haven't watched
Like,
season
holy
1 in like 3 months, but I've
crap,
seen it
dude.
so many times.
That memory is
So
on
so
point.
he calls Neely, which you'd never even heard Neely before, on speakerphone in front of Roscoe and Finley. And she's like, "What's up, boss?" And he's like, "How'd you know it was me?" And she's like, "The only two people on this planet that have my number are you and my dad. And my dad is lost in Judge Judy right now. So I knew it had to be you." And he's like, "I need your help." And she's like, "What do you need?" And he's like, "Well, there was a case my brother Joe was working on." And she's like, "Oh, how's Joe doing?" And he's like, they killed him." And she's like, "Oh my God, are you okay?" And he's like, "I'm fine. They killed Joe, not me." And she's like, "Oh my God, I totally forgot. Your Reacher has no feelings." And she gives him all this shit. And he tells her to investigate this Environmental Protection Agency. So when he hangs up off the phone from Finley, Roscoe's like, "Does she always talk to you like that?" And he goes, "No, sometimes she speaks her mind." This is just another one of those great little one-liners. So now we have Neely.
Just the funniest thing is, I just watched this episode a couple of days ago. You're like, I hadn't watched it in 3 months, and it's
Well, I've watched it 12 times
good damn memory, man.
on some things. Don't ask me my phone number. I always
Well,
have to ask my wife for it, and she don't understand. I don't call my phone number. Why
yeah,
would I know my phone number? I don't call it.
that's true. So then somehow we get to the plan of replacing Picard as the bodyguard for the Hubbles in the safe house that they're at.
Well, Picard was pressuring them that his job was on the line and he had to get back to work and he couldn't stay forever. And now they wanted to hide Roscoe because Roscoe was now being hunted by the police for beating up the new commissioner. So Picard had been babysitting Hubble's wife and daughters at a safe house. So he swaps positions with Roscoe and lets Roscoe stay there. So now nobody knows where they are, and he can go back to work.
Man, you're like Edipedia over here, man.
I'm sorry. Do you want me to just keep going, or
No, dude, no, man. That's the whole point, because we're getting to
the good stuff?
the part where Reacher and Neely go to talk to these cops, right? When they're in Memphis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. They're in Memphis. They go to talk to these cops, and one of the cops keeps saying, "Hey, man, we shouldn't do this. You know, we get busted. Blah blah blah." And they're going to take them somewhere, and that's the thing I forget. But they end up in the back of the cop car.
What was going on is they were going to go back to the office and they were going to give them a list of all the names that they had come up with because
There
the
you go.
one cop was legit and was giving Neely leads. But before that, when we first get to see Neely, is she sent him a
ATM.
yeah, I think it was, and it had a code on there, and one of them was 1010 for the 110, and the other one was another number that I don't remember what it is, and he's like, which means civilian in distress. So she's poking fun at me for being a civilian. So they're like, "How are you going to find her?" And he's like, "Oh, it's easy." And he goes through this whole story. She's going to find someplace that's close to the mass transit that has a good restaurant nearby. It's not too pricey. It's not too expensive. It's out of the way where she can hide, but still be in downtown area. And he goes through this whole step. And while he's telling him this, it's showing him going to this area. And sure enough, he walks into this restaurant and there's Neely. And she sits down across from him. And he's like, "I knew I'd track you down." And she's like, "Track me down? Give me a break, big boy. I tracked you down." He's like, "How do you figure?" "Because I know how you think. You think I would look for the cheapest hotel close to me." And she basically repeats word for word what he just said.
Yeah.
And he's like, "You mean you're not staying across the street?" And she's like, "Oh, hell no. 4 Seasons. I'm in the private sector now." And he's like, "What?" So then she's like, "Come on, we got to go." And he's like, "But I haven't eaten yet." And she throws him a bag of beignets and said, "I bought you beignets. You can masticate on the move." So they go walking, and this is where she starts telling him the information she found. And she's like, I don't think this is really related to you because the guy that you were looking for ended up dead. And the most bizarre thing is that after he was dead, they broke his legs, which I've never heard of that happening before. And Reacher's like, it's happened once before. And she's like, what do you mean? That's what they did to Joe. And she's like, oh my God. And she looks at Reacher, we're going to kill a whole lot of people, aren't we? And he's like, I've already got started. And then they go to the town where the Environmental Protection Agency thing was happening. And they see a fisherman out on a dock. And he's fishing, and they walk out there, and the fisherman's giving him attitude. I ain't got no license. I ain't paying for no damn license. So don't give me no. And Reacher's like, we don't give a crap where you fish. We just want to ask you some questions. And while they're asking, the guy's slamming down a Coke, and then he throws the can in the river. And Neely's like, hey, Pigpen, there's a trash can right there. Why'd you throw the can in the water? And he's like, that trash can's cleaner than the water. Like, what do you mean? And he gives them a chemical company name that had dumped a bunch of chemicals that had washed down stream and killed everything in their river and polluted the whole town to the point where they can't fish anymore. And that becomes important because Neely calls the chemical company and starts doing some background checking while Reacher's talking to the fisherman. And she's like, guess who owned that chemical company? And he looks at her. Let me guess, Kleiner Industries. She's like, bingo. So now we know Kleiner was responsible for polluting along with their suspected counterfeiting that they were suspecting him of. So that's important because that's where the animal feed comes in.
There you go. So we get to the cops. Cops taken back to the office. They're in the back. Well, the one cop that was squirrely about the whole thing, out of nowhere, pulls his gun on the other cop, and the two of them are in the back seat, telling the cop with the gun to his head, "Shoot him! Like, pull out your gun and shoot him! Shoot him now! Pull out your gun and shoot him! Don't hesitate! Pull out your gun and shoot him!" And he's trying to talk his partner down, and the dude finally just says sorry, and boom, just domes him. So then he tells them he's gonna pull over.
Don't worry, I'll pull over and I'll shoot you quick. It'll be quick and
It'll be
easy.
clean. Yeah.
Yep. that
So
that
they
went far.
start kicking the back of the screen, and
Yep.
every time he's like getting farther and farther, closer and closer to the steering wheel, and they end up crashing off a bridge.
Yeah, he loses control, spins off a bridge, and goes in the water because he's crushed between his seat and the steering wheel because Reacher had shoved his seat forward so far. And
Yeah.
now they're sinking and they're completely underwater.
Mm-hmm. And Reacher's like, I could save you, but you'd have to turn yourself in. And the dude just starts praying instead. He's like,
and they don't take well to ex-cops in prison. So
that's right.
Well, he also reminds him that what they've already done to cops, and it wouldn't just be the cops, it'd be his whole family. And it was the family part. He's like, it's your choice. I'll try to save you, but if I do, you're going to prison, and you know they're going to kill your entire family. And the guy's answer was Hail Mary, full of grace, as he starts to drown. Yep. And then Reacher kicks the windows out, and him and Neely swim up. And you hear the tagline that you will now hear 852,000 times over the next 2 seasons. Yes. You do not mess with the special investigators.
You do not mess with the special investigators.
Which now, I get they wanted a catchphrase, but that was so cheesy after like the 10th time they say it. It's like, I wish they could have come up with something. Nope and I were talking about this earlier. So I get it. They wanted to have a catchphrase, but that is just so cheesy. You do not mess with special investigators.
Yeah,
I like this. During an investigation, assumptions kill.
Yep.
That's the one that I prefer over the two.
Well, I think you're in season 2 now.
No, I feel like they said that in the first season too.
Oh yeah, maybe he told. Yeah, I think you're right.
That's a pretty generic one.
Yeah, he told Finley.
Finley says that. Yeah.
Yeah, he told Finley that when they got, because Finley said at 12 o'clock last night, and Reacher says this morning, and he's like, "What?" He said last night ends at 11:59. At 12 a.m. it becomes this morning, and an investigation details matter.
Yeah.
So you're right. You nailed that one. Nope. very good.
So that's only 5 episodes in.
Yeah.
That's only 5 episodes. Let's see.
Then they go and they're soaking wet. So Reacher and her go to a one of those places where you drop off clothes for the homeless to find
Mhm.
dry clothes. And Reacher tries to talk her into leaving, and she's like, "It's not going to happen, boss. I'm not leaving you. We're in this together." And that's where you start to see the dynamic between him and her. And then you notice something kind of awkward that as they go, because she's going to go check out the lead on. Well, we forgot a spot where they went to the titty bar with the cops. And
Yeah.
that's where they find out that the Viking is the guy that did the shooting. So they have to find out who the Viking is. And Neely beats the hell out of a guy that gropes a girl and says, when a girl don't want to be touched, she says she means she don't want to be touched. And she beats the hell out of that guy and gives all his money to the stripper. So then they go, and as they change clothes, Neely's going to go follow up on the lead of trying to find out who the Viking is. And as they say goodbye, they give this awkward, like, five. They just kind of like wave at each other, but their hand don't even move. So something has happened in Neely's past which makes her not want to be touched or to touch anyone. That's kind of an important thing in future seasons, but they just plant the seed there because they got you thinking, why would they do that so awkwardly? And then she leaves to go to investigate the lead to find out who the Viking is. And then Reacher gets back with Finley, and they're looking at the piece of paper that had the phone numbers on it. And it occurs. Are we going to talk about the faculty? It's not really that important, but it kind of is, because the
Yeah.
faculty, one of them ends up dead, and the other one they get on the phone, and Reacher tells her to go to the police station and turn herself in and tell them you need protection, and I'll meet you there. So he flies to, I think it was New York, to meet with her, and he walks into the police station and he's eyeing up all the cops. And one spills spaghetti all over himself, the other one's swearing and throwing shit. And then he sees a young guy that's neatly dressed, his shoes are tied, his pants are tucked in. He knew he was military. And he walked up and he's like, "Is so and so here?" I can't remember her name. He's like, "Yeah, we got him in holding. What's up?" And he's like, I'm what does he say? I'm in a special investigation. I'll fill you in when I'm done, I promise."
Yeah.
So he goes in the room with her, and as soon as he walks in, this was someone who had been working with his brother on the investigation. And as soon as she walks in, she goes, "Damn, there was something in the Reacher water where you boys came from," because again, he was as big as his brother Joe. And she tells him that Joe was actually on a counterfeiting ring, which they kind of knew already, but the concentration was on the paper itself. He was trying to stop access to a specific kind of paper that US currency has to be printed on. And he had it locked down so that no one could get that paper. And that becomes important because up to this point, they thought Kleiner was smuggling money in from the other areas. And what was actually happening was Kleiner was supplying the money to these people. But since Joe had locked down access to the paper, he had shut down their little scheme. So they had to take Joe out. And that's when we finally find out what the animal feed was for. Because they get back into town, and Reacher had dropped the Bentley off that he had borrowed, which, oh my God, I love that car. When he started that car and the emblem rolled up off the hood, I was like, oh God, it's a Bentley.
I love
And
that color too.
oh
Yeah.
yeah. So he takes it to this hick gas mechanic in the middle of nowhere, BFE, Georgia, and offers him $1,000 to tint the windows on a Bentley. So he needed his car back. So he goes back and he gets the car, and he sees them dumping cat litter on an oil slick. And he walks over to it and he looks at it and he looks at the ingredients, and it says bio, I don't remember exactly the wording, but bio something or other. And he was like, son of a bitch. So you don't know yet why, but that's another important thing, was him seeing them dumping the cat litter on the oil slick.
Yep. Now before he goes back though, he's followed, and he knows he's being followed. When he gets done with the professor, he leaves and he knows he's being followed, so he takes his jacket off and gets into this huge fight with his dude and kills this guy by wrapping his tie around him, and they're on
Scaffolding.
Catwalk.
scaffolding.
Yeah.
There you go. And now here's again where I had to kind of suspend, disbelief, because he jumps over holding a tie that's tied around this dude's neck. Now, I don't know how that thing held, other than movie magic, or how the guy didn't flip over the railing or anything like that. But he does it so nonchalantly when he's done. He just like walks away. It's a moment that it's not supposed to be funny,
If
but
you
I
go to,
laughed.
if you rewatch it again,
Mm-hmm.
you'll see that Reacher thought of that. And he actually kicked the guy's leg through the railing and broke it across so the guy couldn't fall over. And when he broke his ankle, he kicked it and broke his ankle around the bar. Then he jumped over, so he had no way out. He had no feet to use.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because he's
I
frozen in that same position
Yep.
whenever he's gone, with his leg like wedged up in the stairwell.
Yep.
See, I didn't remember that part. I was just thinking this
That's
300
whenever
pound
he
dude.
stomps on his ankle
Jay.
right there.
Jay, in a breakdown, details matter.
True.
I'm just messing with
That's true. That's why we got Reacher Von D here.
you. I'm just messing with you, bro.
No, man, I'm glad.
But
I'm
we
glad-
forgot a key point. We forgot a key part. We already passed it.
What's that?
Where when Finley investigates and finds Kleiner dead.
Oh, I thought
'cause
that happened
No.
during.
No, that was before they got the bird seed or before the cat seed incident.
It's about the same time though.
Because
like, kind of told in tandem.
He was using the guy's van as a replacement car.
Right.
And him and Finley were on that stakeout in the van. And
Right.
Finley had to go to the funeral. And it was the funeral of Kleiner. And that's what started, because KJ and his cousin were there. And they both came up to Finley, and Finley's like, you better back off, or there's going to be more than one Kleiner in that grave. So
See-
before he got the Bentley back, they had already killed, well, somebody had already killed.
See,
Kleiner.
I thought before that we had the attack on Hubble and Roscoe. Roscoe ends up killing both the guys, and then there's the scene in the diner where Charlie tells
That's
Roscoe
after.
the story.
Yeah, that's a little bit after, but it's all right around the same time because you're almost to the end now.
Yeah, and then at the end of the episode,
Be right back.
okay, I had some notes, and I had Wikipedia pulled up just in case, so I didn't get my details mixed up, and I still
No,
still
you're all
end
right,
up
brother.
getting mixed up.
No, you're doing fine. It's just the little details that we've missed along the way,
Yeah,
and that was one of them because when he turns the van in to get the Bentley back, and that's when he saw the kitty litter, and they were in the van when they were doing the stakeout, and they followed the empty truck, thinking it was going to have the hijacked money in it.
that's right. He gets killed at the end of the episode where Reacher attacks KJ for the first time.
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
he dies at the end of that. So that's important to know, folks.
Yeah,
the
we
elder
forgot about
Kleiner,
that part.
the person that is supposed to be behind, like, is the mastermind, he's gone. He's gone. And then we get to the part where Charlie knew what her husband was doing the whole time. Because earlier, Finley had found out that Hubble hadn't worked at the bank for like a year or two. So Charlie pretty much admits, hey, I knew what he was doing the whole time, but let me tell you why it happened this way. And basically, he was tricked. Hubble was tricked.
Yeah, they did a flashback and showed you how they got Hubble blackmailed into
Yeah.
helping them.
Kleiner asked him, said, we know you're really good with money and stuff like that. They take him to Venezuela, I think, is where they're at, and he has Hubble move some money around, and Hubble's like, it's all legal, blah blah blah, and Kleiner's like, well, here, let's take a walk. It's a beautiful country. We're gonna go to the stables, horse stables, and we get there, and that's when, to me, Kleiner's like psychopath kind of switches on, because he's very calmly starts telling the story about racehorses and how once they're done, they're in the stable, and they bang around for a while, trying to get out, and then they pretty much figure out that they're trapped, and that's when he tells Hubble, basically, what you just did was illegal, no matter how legal you tried to make it, and you're in this. You sent me the evidence that you're in this. So he basically tricked Hubble into doing this. Then he goes to leave and shuts the doors. You see him point to a guy like that, and the other side of the stable shut, and they lock him in. And he's in there for hours. And then the next thing you know, two guys are bringing a third man in. They get right up next to Hubble, who's like kind of crouched in the corner. They spread his arms out, and they crucify him to the wall. So this whole thing he was talking about, that whole threat that we found out wasn't just a threat with the first officer, yeah, he had to watch that happen to somebody right in front of him.
And then they looked right at him and said, if you don't cooperate, the same will happen to you.
Exactly.
This is what happens to you.
Yeah.
It's not a tumor.
Oh, goodness.
Get to the chopper.
Man.
But then, anyway, the piece of paper that they found in Joe's suit bag, it had written on there, I don't remember the guy's last name now, but it had something residence. I can't remember the guy's name. It was the truck driver. And Reacher, they had gone to that house and looked for evidence, and there was nothing there. That's when they met his widow.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's when Reacher looked at the paper again and noticed that the apostrophe was at the end of the name, which means it was plural. And he's like, oh my God, it's the parents' house.
Yes.
So they go to the parents' house, him and Finley, and they go into their garage, and they find the air conditioning boxes, and they're just loaded to the teeth with illegal bills. And Finley looks at Reacher and goes, we got him. And Reacher's like, damn right we do.
And they stupidly dump it over, so they have to restack it perfectly again.
Yeah. Yep. So then Reacher gets all excited and calls Finley and explains to Finley, Roscoe, calls Roscoe and explains to Roscoe, we got it, we got the evidence, and she's all excited. And then Picard walks in, and he's like, is everything okay? And she's like, yeah, I think Reacher just buttoned this case up. So then they're like, well, let's meet up and we'll discuss things. So Reacher goes, and he goes to meet up. Him and Finley go to meet up. And when they walk in, here's Picard with KJ and the rest of them, and they all have guns at them. So Picard, the FBI agent, was in on the whole thing. And Picard gets right in Finley's face. He's like, I told you not to take the Margrave job. But no, you just had to come here and screw everything up. And then on the phone, KJ turns his phone around, and here's Roscoe and Hubble's wife handcuffed to a pole. And she's like, they said if you don't do what they say, they're going to kill us both the same way they killed that cop.
Yeah.
And KJ just smiles, and Reacher's like, you are one sick man. He said, your father couldn't give them the money the way they wanted, so they killed him for it. And KJ starts laughing. He goes, I killed my father. And Reacher looks like, what? And he goes, and I'll do you one better. I killed your brother too. And Reacher just gets a look like, if Reacher looked at me like that, I would be 18,000 miles away in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And you knew at that point, shit was going down. And of course, that's where they end that episode. Which
he's also talking to Neely on the phone, though.
Yeah. And he's
Oh,
talking about luck.
Yep.
Yeah.
Luckily, or I'm unlucky me, or something like that.
Oh yeah,
and that
I found out.
indicates to her.
Yeah. He's like, let me guess, his name is Picard, and you're like, huh? And then they show the other scene, and
Lucky
Picard's
guess. That's
there.
what it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I believe I can't. I think that's the episode where at the beginning we still don't know all the corrupt, dirty cops in that precinct. So one of the cops, like you said earlier, was cousins with the Hubble family. Well, he and his wife were talking. I think his name was Stevenson.
hmm
And they're talking and they're laying down to go to bed. And you see the truck pull up and you see the white, hazmat suits come out.
Yep.
Now they don't kill them the same way they've killed other people. They have mirrors placed all around. They have Stevenson's eyes taped open because they tortured his wife first and made him watch. There was no way he couldn't watch this.
And the mirrors were that, so no matter what direction he looked, he'd still see her getting tortured.
Exactly.
And she was pregnant.
Yep, because Finley says, now we got 2 more dead bodies, and then they find the picture. They're like, 3.
Yep.
So then, there's what, like 1 cop left? Baker, I think. And Reacher goes to talk to Baker, and he's like, you know what? I'm with you about not liking Finley. Isn't it strange to you, like all this stuff happened? I was out of town and murder still happened, but Finley was here. Like I kind of knew what he was trying to do. I thought to myself, I was like, this is a dirty cop. This guy's dirty. And once again, just because it's funny, once again, he goes to order a piece of pie, but the officer had ordered the last piece before him.
Yep.
This whole season is this dude not getting this piece of pie. The finale is called Pie, which I thought was golden.
Brilliant.
I thought,
Brilliant.
yes, that is awesome. So he's basically telling
Best pizza pie in Georgia.
Yeah, pizza pie. He's telling him, I'm gonna search the Hubble's house. I'm gonna tear it apart. And he lets him know this because he knows they're gonna send that hit crew to him, like after him. But what's actually happening is he's getting geared up, face paint and all. He's setting a trap for these dudes. He goes in, turns the lights on, turns the TV on, turns it all the way up, and the team gets there. And we finally get to see the faces of these people. And one of them is Dawson Kleiner.
Yep.
He's the crowbar
Nephew.
guy. Yeah, the nephew. Now, he dispatches these guys. Okay, we already know he does this, but I want to point out one of the things that
In Hubble's house.
Yeah, in Hubble's house. I want to point out one of the things though that kind of had me like about this episode.
Okay, I'm ready.
I understand Dawson has a crowbar. I understand that Reacher isn't Superman. But something about that fight was like, that dude is not that tough.
That's the same thing
exactly.
I said. That is the same thing I said
went
first time
too
I saw
long.
it.
Yeah. Like, I get he's got crowbar, he's got this, but when Reacher catches the crowbar and that dude is still kind of overpowering him a little bit, I mean, there was parts of it I was like,
Well, he damn near killed Reacher in the pond.
yeah.
Reacher had to grab for a gun and shoot over his shoulder. And I mean, dude, this guy looked like he was 5'1" and weighed 80 pounds soaking wet.
Right.
And he's the same guy that he pinned to the wall with the table in the diner without any trying. And all of a sudden, this kid is just like whipping crowbars and holding Reacher underwater, drowning him. I'm like, what? But there's other things that didn't add up for me in that episode too. Because you said he turned up all the TVs. And what are they talking about on the TV? Hurricane warning. There's a hurricane coming. The very next scene, it's not raining. Hurricanes don't come and go that fast. Because it's literally like 5 minutes later, the rain has stopped, and Finley is knocking on the door to tell the people that their son had got killed, that was forced to watch his wife die.
Yeah.
And then the sun's out and everything, and I'm like, hurricane warning, no rain. How far away are you? But anyway,
Must have started in the Gulf.
they did that a lot though, because even when he was getting chased by those guys, it was a thunderstorm and pouring down rain. But by the time they got to the cornfield, there was no rain, and he shot them both and played Tetris with their legs.
Yeah.
That's
And
right.
then the road washed out, which made him and Roscoe stay at that motel. But when they got to the motel, it wasn't raining anymore. And it's like, okay.
Well, and then the next morning they automatically just had a way home.
Yeah, they had a way home. All the roads were dried up and everything was and there were no, I know, I'm anal, sorry, but weather is another passion of mine. There were no puddles anywhere on the driveway or on the road or anything that when they pulled in and seen the door. But anyways, I won't get that anal.
So
with you.
see, folks, you can love something, but you can still criticize it when things don't make
Mhm.
sense.
Yep. Oh, Nope
So-
and I were doing that earlier, but we can't talk about that yet because we were talking about season 3.
So after he dispatches all of these guys, right? He's gonna wash his clothes. Now I can't remember if it's because he's been in the water or he's already started washing the clothes, or maybe it's when he takes the clothes off and he's emptying the pockets before he puts them in the washer. He pulls out that piece of paper. Now, in my brain, I'm thinking, because I didn't connect it at first. That paper is the paper they need to print the money on, isn't it?
I believe so.
Mhm.
And that's why it held up
Mhm.
in the wash with
Yep.
the ink.
Yep.
That-
And that's why it was blank. And he had written E pluribus on it backwards because he wanted to remind them that that was money paper without saying it.
Mm,
And he had written those phone numbers on there. And that's where he had also written the last name of that guy who I can't think of his name right now, that led him to his parents' house where they found
The
all
truck
the money.
driver.
The trucker. Yeah, the trucker.
yeah, I just remember
Rick
Peter and
something.
Peter Jr.
Yeah, Pete.
Paul
Pete!
Durbin or
Paul. No, Paul. Paul was the
Hubble.
money guy. Paul Hubble.
Yeah. It was Pete because she yelled, Pete! And Pete was
Was it
the old
Pete?
man. It's like, oh, you want Pete Jr. But I don't remember the last name.
okay.
But I do remember the Pete.
Started with a D, I think.
Joblin.
Durbin.
Jobling.
What?
Yes. It was
Oh,
definitely a D. Jobling.
Way
Yes.
off. Samsonite.
Yeah, and on the paper he had put Jopling's apostrophe after the S. And that's what let Reacher know it wasn't the driver's house, it was his parents' house. So anyway, they go there, they find the money, all that stuff, and then they're driving to meet up, and that's when they walk in on Picard there with a gun, and they have them all. And Neely overheard it all on the phone. And that's when he tells him that he's the one that killed his dad and killed his brother. And at that point, you knew that that man was in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. Then we get to Pi.
Yep.
We get to the culmination of this whole season. And man, what a finale this was, man. Like
And what they want is they want Reacher to take Picard to find Hubble, because Hubble is the last loose end. And that's when they find out Hubble wasn't dead, because up to this point, they assumed Hubble was dead. And Reacher's like, how do you expect me to find him when he's been gone this long? And KJ was like, you were a special investigator and you hunted men down for a living. You have 24 hours to figure it out, or the women are dead. So he gets back in the car with Picard, and they're driving north to find Hubble. And Reacher says, I need a place where I can sit and I need a map. So where do they go? Back to the diner. And what happens? He orders a peach pie. And he gets his peach pie and he brings out a map and he starts circling on the pot on the map and tries to figure out where. And he's like, oh, he's going to be here. and he put a circle around it. And Picard's like, how the hell do you know that? He's like, I chased AWOLs for my entire career in the military. He would go here because he wanted to be a place where he was familiar, but he wanted to be close enough to his family. And he goes through this whole thing, and he circles Augusta, and then he circles Macon, and he's like, this is where he'll be. And Picard's like, there is no way in hell you know that. And he's like, hey, you assholes asked for my help. So you either trust me to help or you don't. And then he grabs his fork like he's going to eat the pie, but he slips it up his sleeve and accidentally knocks coffee over all over the place. So the lady comes, let me clean that up. And Picard's like, no, we got to get going anyway. So again, he ordered the pie. He had the pie. He didn't get to eat the pie.
Yes.
And then on the way out the door, he slips the fork out of his sleeve and stabs it in the tire of their car. And they drive off, and the fork falls out. So a little ways down the road, the low tire pressure comes on, and Reacher's like, oh, we got a flat. And Picard's like, are you trying to pull a fast one? And Reacher looks at him, I've been with you the whole time. He's like, all right, fine. So they pull over and they just sit there. And Picard's like, do you think I'm going to get out and change the goddamn tire? Get out and change the tire. So like, fine. So they get out of the car. And when Reacher pops the trunk, there's not tires, but there's a whole lot of guns. And Reacher grabs one and they get into a gun shoot off. And they hide on either side of the car. And finally, they're like, we can't do this. I can't kill you because you need me. And you can't kill me because I need you. So Reacher's like, this is what we're going to do. Step 1, we're going to raise our guns up in the air. Step 2, we lay the gun down on the trunk. Step 3, we step up and back away from the guns. And Picard, being all Mr. FBI, is like, don't mess with me,
I know
Reacher.
what it sounds like
I know
when
what
a
it
metal
sounds
gun
like
hits a trunk.
Yes. I know what it sounds like when gun hits metal, so don't mess with me. So they go 1, and they pull the gun up. 2, and Reacher turns the gun sideways and bangs the butt of the gun against the trunk. And 3, Picard stands up, he pulls the trigger, bam, shoots Picard in the chest. Picard goes falling off down a hill, and you think he's dead.
I thought he laid the top of the gun down on the
Whatever
trunk.
it was. But yeah, anyway, he had it where he could shoot it.
Yeah.
Bang! The guy, he got shot. And then Reacher made a big mistake and assumed that he was dead, which in an investigation, assumptions kill.
Yes.
And he assumed he was dead, and he hunts down Hubble with the car.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And
I'll
the
let you
fact
go now.
the fact that he just like the next scene is just him pulling up right to the dude's door.
Yeah, he knew right where he was.
He knew exactly where he was.
And Hubble's like, how did you find me? And he was like, oh, please. Like, this was nothing.
So now the whole time this is going on, they have Finley at the jailhouse, the precinct, whatever you want to call it, and Baker, the last cop there that we pretty much all figured was dirty, is beating the hell out of him, has him cuffed, beating him down, and later on he says something about thinking about maybe actually taking off those cuffs, making it a fair fight. And he's like, nah. And then Finley gets a call. Call or a text, I can't remember.
It was a text. He's like, somebody's texting you.
Yeah,
all it says is duck.
Yeah.
And he's like, what does that mean? And just then Finley ducked underneath the bench in the prison, and Reacher drives the truck through the door of the prison and pins that cop, the dirty cop, right into the bars and cuts him in half, basically.
Yes. And the symbolism for me at that moment is Finley getting out, uncuffing himself, getting right in that cop's face. Because to me, it's like, bitch, you're going to be the last thing you see. I'm going to be the last thing you see before you die.
Yep.
I thought that was so boss. Like I love that scene, dude. Yes, I love that so much. Like, you didn't like me, but I'm going to be the last thing you see. So awesome. So then we get to
well, that's when they finally meet Neely.
Yep.
Because she walks in and they're like, who's that? And she's like, no, that's Neely. And They're like, "How did you know?" He says, "Because Reacher said good guess. Reacher doesn't guess. I knew something was wrong and came straight
Lucky
down."
guess.
Yeah.
Doesn't believe in luck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Nice job. Nope.
Yeah. It's the whole scene
Was great.
was great. And so we get there and they're starting to kind of strategize what they're going to do once they get in this building. And they're going to take Paul. They're going to take Paul in. At this point, the girls have been taken from Charlie and put in an office by themselves. That way, nobody has to really worry about watching them. So they're going to take Paul and they basically tell him, "Your only job is to get your daughters out. That's your only job is get your daughters out of there." And they give him a gun, and, and the fact that this dude's holding the gun, he's looking like this, and Reacher's standing in front of him, and Reacher has to be like, "You point that in towards the bad guys," because he's like waving it in front of Reacher's chest, like he's never held a gun before in his life.
Yeah, he admits it. He said he'd never held one before.
True, but even if you've never held a gun before,
Yeah.
this in towards
Dude,
the bad guys.
you would be surprised because
Uh-huh.
when I was doing my CPL training, when they handed the guns out for us to inspect, guy right next to me looked right down the barrel, and I'm like, "Dude, what are you doing? You never look down the barrel of a gun." "Well, I wanted to see if it was loaded."
A
Oh
gun is
my
always loaded.
God,
And
Even
that's
when
not how you check it.
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, my sister did that at we were shooting range, and she just kind of walked like, "Well, what are you?" And then she just
Yeah.
turned around. We're like, "Whoa, hey!"
Yeah.
So it's not that hard for people to fuck it up.
That's true.
And we
That's
missed
true.
a really important part too.
Well, I was waiting for Ed to drop that Ed knowledge.
We totally missed
Course
when
correction.
when he called Roscoe and told her that they had found the money. He also explained that the chemicals were used to remove the ink off the dollar bills because they were hoarding dollar bills. They would bleach the ink off, use the animal feed to suck
Soak it out.
to dry it, the paper, and then they were reprinting $100 bills on $1 bills. That's how they were getting the paper. And
Old
as soon as
$100 bills,
right,
without the
and as
magnetic strip.
yep, and as soon as he said the animal feed, Roscoe, who'd been giving him shit the whole season, was like, "Son of a bitch." And that was also one of the things when he met Neely. Out of the blue, he asked Neely, he's like, "Can you figure out or can you see a connection between an entire semi full of animal feed and this counterfeit case?" And she's like, "Well, not right off the top of my head." And then there was a pause and she goes, "But that's a hell of a lot of animal feed."
That's a lot of
And he looks at Neely and he's like, "That's why I like you, Neely." No, anyway, sorry.
No, that's a very important part. So we get it. How they do this is he siphons gas out of the vehicle into a jug, and they go up to one of the bay doors on this warehouse. And just in case anybody doesn't know what a bay door is, it's basically where the semis back up and you open the door, and that's how you get, like, it usually has a dock
Latch.
plate.
Yep.
Yeah. And they start pouring gas down there. Now, a big thing that we did kind of miss, but it's not really that big, is when oh, I'm sorry to hear
Finley.
that, Triple B. Finley, when he's being profiled basically by Reacher, Reacher could tell that he recently quit smoking. Okay, so they're pouring this gas into this bay door to get underneath. He goes, "All right, as soon as I light this, we're going in." Well, before he goes to light it, Finley gets a cigarette. It's like, if I'm gonna die, I want to go to flavor country one more time or something like that.
Yeah,
That's
I don't
exactly what
understand.
he says.
I don't know what flavor country meant. That went over my head.
It's an old commercial about cigarettes.
Oh, okay.
Basically, they were like, "Welcome to flavor country." So he takes a couple drags off the cigarette, flicks it in there, lights it off. The people inside are like, "Shit, there's a fire." So they start going towards one end.
A fire in a warehouse full of counterfeit bills made out of paper packed in cardboard boxes and huge vats of chemicals that they were using to bleach the dye off the dollar bills. So
Yeah.
now there's a fire in a place full of paper and full of chemicals.
Mm-hmm. So a bunch of them get towards it, and we get an explosion. Side of that building, boom. So
Now I have a question about that.
Yeah.
Hold on a 2nd.
Mhm.
Like, he sets that gas tank down off of the bay doors onto the ground. That's usually about 5 or 6 feet between the ground and the bay door.
Mm-hmm.
Where does the explosion come from then? If the fire's inside the warehouse,
Well,
he
there
didn't leave it
wasn't
up
there
on
wasn't an explosion right away. There
I
was a
know.
big fire, and they were grabbing the stuff to fight the fire with, and then the fire got to one of the chemical bins, and that's
Okay.
what went boom, and that's when Roscoe turned to Hubble's wife, and Hubble's wife was like, "What was that explosion?" She's like, "That was Reacher knocking," because she
Yeah.
told him that Reacher was going to come knocking to save him.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought they were trying to make the correlation like the gas jug was blowing up, what was left in it or something. I was like, wait, huh?
I
So,
didn't
okay, that
see it
makes
that
more
way. I
sense.
think it was just the chemicals
Yeah,
exploded.
Okay.
I think there was like a barrel, like some
Yeah.
barrels of it left,
Yeah.
and the fire got to them, and that's what caused the explosion.
Okay. Now that would make more sense, but I guess I just missed that detail in there.
It was so
Because I
exciting.
guess I didn't pick up on that it was flammable until I guess that what was it, the kid that caught on fire?
KJ, yeah.
Getting ahead of it, yeah. But
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So basically, everybody has their own little fights. Like this is where we find out Picard's still alive, and this is when we also learn. This is one of my favorite parts before they even get in the building. So Finley takes off his jacket, takes off his shirt, and Richard looks at him and he's like, "Hey,
You're kind of jacked.
kind of jacked." He goes, "Really?" And Richard's like, "No." Finley's like, "Asshole." But you learn, Finley can protect himself because Picard's a little bit bigger than him, and they're going at it, right? And what happens is finally Finley
When he
gets
says going at it, he means fighting, by the way.
yes, fighting. Jeez, I forget sometimes people watching this.
All of a sudden, out of nowhere, "Meow, chicka, meow, hey, what's going on?"
Well, that makes what I'm going to say next even funnier. Takes
Oh,
his
Lord.
thumb and sticks it right there in the bullet wound he had.
He sticks his
in
thumb in
his
his
brand
hole
new hole.
and fingers it,
Oh, Jesus.
and makes the guy moan.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a whole. If you're
But they're best friends, so
Yeah.
don't
Yeah,
worry.
Yeah,
they're
It's
best
with
friends
love.
trying to kill each other. Yeah.
yeah. Well, he does that, and he's like really getting in there. The dude's like starting to.
He's pushing in deeper and deeper and harder and harder.
Anyway, gets him to a hydraulic press. Gets him in there. Gets that
and
button.
he exhales.
Dude. Just breathe. Hits the freaking button, dude. And that hydraulic press just boom.
And he pile drived him right on that table.
Now, that lack of hesitation to just press that button and smash the shit out of your friend, that surprised me a little bit.
Yeah.
But on that me,
There
when
was
he
no
was shooting at him
hesitation.
trying to kill him, I wouldn't have hesitated either.
I
He's
guess
like,
not, yeah.
I mean, he had
Maybe I
already
was-
said he was going to kill him, and they had already like exchanged 3 clips on each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I was.
And
more
once you finger a
categorizing
man's
that
hole, you
friendship
got to
higher.
finish him off, right, Jay?
A big finish.
Oh my goodness. All over
Payoff.
the chest.
The money shot,
Yeah. All over the
counterfeit money shot.
so
It did make a mess.
yeah, it really did. Holy cow.
When that press splattered him, it was like nice and gross at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah. Then we get one of the little fights I've been waiting to see. Teal versus Roscoe. Because
Oh yeah, we forgot to mention that Roscoe made Reacher promise that when the time came that she would get to shoot him, and Reacher said, I'll hold him while you pull the trigger.
Yeah. So they get into a scrap, and it's not exactly one sided. It's actually pretty good. It's not just her going in there and Mary suing and just getting the best of them. It's a bit of a scrap. So I like that they did that too. But the best part about it is skip all the fighting and the tension and everything. She picks up that Desert Eagle that he had taken. He took the
From
Desert
Reacher.
Eagle from Reacher and just caps him in the head. And I mean, it's
She
a
gave
shot
him a
right to the eye.
chance. She
Yeah.
was
Yep.
gonna give him a chance.
Yep.
Yep.
But then he
reached for the gun.
he chose to
Yeah.
no.
So she got to kill the guy that killed her stepdad, or whatever you want to call him, with her stepdad.
Surrogate father.
Yeah.
There you go, surrogate father, whatever you want to call him.
Right through the eye. Like they zoomed in on that, and it's like through the eye out the back. I mean, it's 50 cal. Boom. It was so. It was a yes, hell yes, Roscoe moment for me when that happened.
'Twas a mere flesh wound.
Yeah. So skipping back
But a
or going back,
scratch.
just but a scratch. Icky okay, whoop boing.
We forgot something else important too. Way
Okay.
back when Finley and Reacher were going to see Kleiner,
Mm-hmm.
when they were walking to his office and all the game heads were on the wall, and Reacher stopped and looked at him and he goes, "A family full of marksmen," because they were trying to figure out what kind of marksman could have took out Joe.
Yeah.
Right.
So we forgot to mention that part. So Reacher already knew. And then go ahead back to where we were.
Yeah. So Hubble actually gets some kills. When he goes and finds his daughters, he sets the gun on the table and he's trying to undo whatever they're attached with. I think they just zip tied the girls. I can't remember.
Yeah.
But somebody comes to the door and I'm like, for somebody who's just used a gun for the first time, just boom, headshot through the door. Like, good shot, dude.
When family's on the line, you never know.
Yeah. So he gets them out of there, and Neely's just up there capping people from a
They
perch.
hide behind a bulldozer.
Yeah, they get out, they hide behind that bulldozer.
Instead of running the hell away, they stay like 10, 20 yards away and hide behind the blade of a bulldozer. And I'd be like, I would have my kids 2 miles down the road on my back already.
Yeah.
Right.
But
just sticking around for the show.
Exactly. So by the time everybody gets out of there, Reacher stays behind, and it's him and KJ. It's the final fight, which again, if it was a fight, it wouldn't have lasted very long, but it was a gunfight. So Reacher runs out of bullets. So he comes up with this plan with a shovel and a bag of feed, or
which was
stick and a
brilliant.
bag of feed, or something like that.
Yeah, it was. It was brilliant too.
Yeah. So he sets the bag of feed and on top of the shovel that's on top of a box. It's like the shovel's hanging off, and he cuts the feed bag to where it drips. So KJ, I was gonna go back to the wall, the heads on the wall, because KJ tells a story about the rhino.
Right. That's why I brought it up.
And he was like, the rhino knew I was there, but his big ass wasn't moving. So I just walked up to him and I killed him. And he's basically telling the story. He's walking around because he's basically Reacher's the rhino, to him. Well, while he's telling this story, that feed bag empties, drops a shovel. He turns around. He goes to that place, nothing there. Next thing you know, here comes 300 pounds of pissed off man smashing into him. And the fight at this point, Reacher's just manhandling this kid. There's not too much happening on his end. And he douses KJ in the chemicals, just holding. I thought he was going to drown him at first, but he's holding him in those chemicals. Then pulls his head off and just Spartan kicks him into the fire, and just lights his ass up.
It was
And he burns
beautiful.
to death.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
And then, of course, comes the slow motion run of Reacher with things now that the fighting's over. The fire is now exploding everything all the way around him. And he gets his famous moment that every action star gets where things are exploding as they run in slow motion.
That's right. And cool guys that look
outdo the
back at
Tom Cruise run.
You know, say what you want about Tom Cruise, but Tom Cruise has the running down. Reacher's slow. Reacher's slow without even slow mo.
Tom Cruise is 5'4" and 110, and Reacher's 6'4" and 300.
And he moves. He moves in slow motion when slow motion isn't even being used. Some of the running
Apparently,
that
Tom Cruise gets extra money for those running scenes. Like whenever it's part of the movie, they seek him out and they build it into his contract to where he gets extra money for that scene.
Doesn't he do his own stunts?
Mm-hmm.
He does for the most part, yeah. But I
even
know
learned
that he's like,
he was even in real jets for that Top Gun sequel.
yeah, and that's why
that was all real flying stuff. Yeah,
right.
And I even heard that scene. I even heard that scene at the end where they flew away in his prop. That was really him flying the plane, and that was really his prop.
Oh, I'm sure he probably has known how to fly that thing since the movie, but he probably had to really learn how to fly jets for the movie.
I don't think he flew the jet. I think he was in the back and there was a pilot in front of him. I don't think he flew.
I don't think his ego would let him lie.
I don't think the military would let him fly a jet.
I don't know, though, because I feel like they pulled a lot of different stuff because that was also kind of like an advocacy for the Air Force. So,
I heard that it was a real flight, and I heard that was real G-force happening to him, but I didn't hear that they let him fly the jet. I assumed that there was, because they always showed from the one angle. And if you notice, Tom Cruise and Goose's son were the only two planes that didn't have a co-pilot in the back. And I think that's because they were in the back and making it look like they were flying it, and the pilot was in front of them. Because the ones behind them weren't really in planes. It was just him and...
where maybe they reversed the visual on the outside of the glass.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, but I feel like that was part of what his whole thing about learning how to fly him was the authenticity of, like, to where, not that they shot the views or the movie with GoPros per se, but as if they could have, basically. Without
I'll have to look it up. I just find it highly unlikely that they would let him fly a military jet.
Yeah, but if you get security clearance and stuff, and if it's Tom Cruise and he's paying for it, I mean, he was a big part of the production team in that movie. So if there had to have been those kind of things to jump through, I bet he would have foot the bill.
Maybe. We'll have to look it up. See, I love our tangents. We just jump from Reacher to Top Gun. Which
I
Top
just
Gun
know
2
how
is fantastic.
He's got a big ego too. You know what I mean?
Big
so
ego
for him to
dangerous combination.
Well, for him to say something and not be able to just fully back it up like any other argument that he has, and you've seen it on camera, you know, he will argue shit to the grave kind of thing. So I can't see him lying about that, as much as I don't want to say like, oh, I believe people, but I feel like that one went on for a long time, and that was probably why.
Could have.
So,
good movie either way.
Yeah,
very good movie. I love that.
I still haven't watched Maverick. Watched Maverick.
So great.
Well, dude, we need to do a show on that. Watch it. I've only seen that one like 8 times.
Jeez.
I've only watched that one once, surprisingly. Is it streaming anywhere right now?
I have no idea because I bought it.
I got you. That's what I just need to do.
I bought the digital copy because I knew I was going to watch the hell out of it and didn't want to search all over for it.
Get the hard copies. Those digital copies aren't going to be good forever. I'm thoroughly convinced those are just going to go to shit eventually, and everybody's going to have all these digital movies and then be like, man, I should have just bought this DVD. Because all you need is electric for a DVD player. That's it.
Yeah, I know, but DVDs warp and scratch, and a digital file is never going to deteriorate as long as you keep it.
Yes, but do you have a physical DVD, like a MP4 file or something like that, or is it through an app?
Oh no, it's a real file. I have
I
the
gotcha.
file. I bought the digital file. No, I don't
Yeah,
do
see,
the app stuff because if the
I've
app
never
doesn't
gotten
work,
the
then you're
digital
screwed.
files like that. Yeah,
Oh,
I've only
okay.
gotten them through the apps, so that's why I've never trusted them. So
No,
to say.
that's smart. That's smart.
Yeah, if I
And
ever had like
people,
an MP4, I could put that on a USB file, and as long as that USB drive stays temperature controlled and all good, I feel happy. But yeah, I'm with Triple B. Physical media's, makes me feel good.
it's going to make you feel good, but that is going to be gone real soon. So get them while you can.
You think the compact
Digital.
discs and all that's gonna
Yeah.
deteriorate?
Well, compact discs are already pretty much done, and DVDs are pretty much done, and Blu-rays are on their way out.
No, not by popularity. I'm talking about longevity and endurance.
No, they do. They warp. They warp and they
Okay.
scratch. Because
Okay.
what it is
Well, I know they
it's just
scratch. I've been a
it's
kid,
just a
so.
piece of glass, and it's got like tin foil that's like glued to it.
I
And
have
what's
seen them
funny is
flake after a while.
people worry about the bottom getting scratched. That's not the issue. The issue is the actual label, because the
Flaking
label
off.
is what has the imprint on the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
So if the label gets a cut or a scratch, you've lost part of your movie. And
Yeah, have
those
you ever left
things,
the
if they
CD out in your car for too long?
right, they warp and they get So I've pretty much switched to just digital, and I'm sorry we have really tangented again. We're on the last 10 minutes of the last episode of season 1, and we are off talking about digital versus CDs and Top Gun 3 or 2. I love it.
Yeah, I think having digital copies is all right. I think a lot of people, it's the buying the digital from a site. Like you know what I mean? Like I
Yeah,
have
don't buy it from Amazon where you have to go to Amazon to watch it, because then if
yeah
Amazon goes out of business, you're screwed.
yeah
No, I mean buy the actual
yeah,
file.
the actual
That's what I
yeah,
do.
yeah. Okay, so get to the last 10 minutes of the season finale. So we get the flashback, and it's the grown up Joe and Reacher going to visit their mother in Paris. This is where we learn, it's weird to me that they don't really go over what happened to the dad. Like you see the dad in flashbacks, but I don't remember them saying what happened to him. But they focus in on the mom. And before they go up there, Joe tells Reacher, "Don't cry." So they go
Don't
up
let her
there.
see you cry.
Don't let her see you cry. They go up there. It's cancer, bedridden, and Joe's saying, let us fly you back home to the States and get you the care and everything. And it's a tough scene for me to watch. But basically Joe excused himself. I still think Joe went to go cry. That's why he actually leaves. That's my headcanon. Joe was gonna cry. Joe got up and left. I gotta make a call. So she's talking to Reacher, and that's where we see why he has that French medal.
Yep.
Because it was his grandfather's medal. Because when they empty his pockets, they're like an old French war medal for some reason. She gives it to him, and I cannot remember the damn phrase right now. But she looks at Reacher. She said, "Reacher, I know you're 3 times bigger than most people, or something. What should you do?" And he answers her the same way he answered her as a kid, but I don't remember.
What
I don't
what do
remember
you what do you do with that power?
the
The right thing.
right thing. There you go. And he leaves. Him and Joe get into a cab, and
Joe says, "Now you can cry."
now you can cry. Yeah,
And immediately a tear comes down Reacher.
I got to say this. I don't know if it was or not. The tear kind of looked fake to me. Like I couldn't tell if that was a real. Like I don't know if it was the lighting or something, or the fact that it looked like it was only coming out of one eye. I couldn't tell if it was a fake tear or not. But you get the point they were trying to make.
Mm-hmm.
Like people say he doesn't show emotions. It's just he controls them. So Now, I think before we see him leave town, it's either after he talks to Roscoe. I can't remember exactly when, but he goes to the site where Joe was killed, and he digs up the dirt, and he puts the metal. He puts
That
the
was
metal.
right at the very end. Yeah.
Okay.
You know,
So how they end this is I love it. I love
the
it
best.
because they almost end it like they started it with he's walking at a Margrave on that, really nice road, and he steps right back onto the crappy one when he first showed up. And he sticks his thumb out and gets driven past the course, and he has this little monologue. And the funny thing about the monologue is I've noticed it's become the opening for the next two seasons.
Hmm.
Like the little bit that he says there. Like, or he was telling Roscoe like thousands of years ago or millions of years ago, there were two types of people: ones that sat around the campfire and those who wondered. I think I'm a direct descendant of those that wondered.
Yep. You skipped
So
the best scene though.
go ahead.
Just before that, he walks back into the diner,
Yes, there we
and Finley's there waiting for him. Now, I don't know if you guys know this or not, but I noticed it right away. When he walks into the diner, an old man bumps into him. Do you remember that? That old
He
man is the
says,
author.
"Excuse me." What?
That's
Yeah.
the
What was
author.
this?
That's the author of
Okay.
all the books. That was his
I
cameo. He wanted
I
to be
knew
in the
there was going to
series.
be significance, but I was like, okay,
Yep.
who was this guy?
Yep.
There's
He was the author
a
of
reason why
Reacher.
they. Okay,
So
that
he
makes
sits
sense.
down. He sits down in the booth with Finley, and Finley orders pie. And Reacher's like, "You're gonna eat that? It's got fat and sugar," because he's always a health nut. He's just shut the hell up and eat your damn pie. So they cut a slice, and Reacher finally gets a big mouthful of pie and starts chewing it. And Finley looks at him. He goes, "Well, was it worth the wait?" And he goes, "I've had better." And then they just start laughing, and that was beautiful. So
go.
he finally got to eat the pie, and he's had better.
What?
Great first
100%,
season.
y'all. That first season, I know we had, and I know Ross probably didn't hear anymore. I know he said he thought it was okay, and that's fine. That's totally fine. I know this show isn't gonna be for a lot of people, but the people who like it are gonna love it. The
Yeah.
people that like it are gonna like. If you watch that first episode and it gets you, trust me, put some time away because you're gonna want to watch whatever they have up there for it.
I'm obsessed with it. And if it hadn't have been for a Facebook short clip somebody put of a scene of
It came
Reacher,
out.
I'd have never knew it existed.
I would have eventually
So
told you about it. I would have told
yeah,
you about it.
I I I couldn't believe it though. I went from a little of a quick short Facebook, and the Facebook short was him intimidating the guy that was going to beat his wife. I'm like, well, this looks interesting. I got to look that up.
Yeah.
And then after I rewatched the seasons a few times, I found out there was movies that Tom Cruise made, and I'm like, Tom Cruise, it can't be the same Reacher, and it was, but it was just way different, of course.
Yeah.
Anyone intimidated by Tom Cruise is suspect, but that's okay.
Now, something I want to bring up about Alan Richson, man. Let me tell you all about Alan Richson.
Man crush?
So much, he's almost Henry Cavill level. Now, the first time I ever saw him was on Smallville as Arthur Curry Aquaman. That's the first time I ever saw him. Then I learned, he had been on American Idol. The dude can sing. It's not fair.
Did
Six
you
foot.
watch that?
I didn't watch it, but
I
I've
looked it up and watched it,
I've
and
watched clips of him
Paula
singing.
Abdul wrapped herself around him and wouldn't let him move.
Yeah,
She was like in love with him. It was so cringe to watch.
yeah,
It was like, Paula, take your
yeah,
meds. What the hell are
yeah.
you doing?
It's not fair to be that tall, that good looking, that ripped, and be able to sing. Okay, but so there was that. Well, the next time I saw him was on Blue Mountain State, and you want to talk about two completely different characters. If you've never seen an episode of Blue Mountain State and him with that as Thad Castle, you wouldn't believe it's the same guy. He is so goofy in that. Like the dude is hilarious. Thad is like my other favorite character that he's played. Blue Mountain State was an awesome show. I don't even like football, but I like football movies and shows for some reason. It's so weird.
I've never heard of that, and if it's about football, I need to watch it.
It's a
Hmm.
fake college football team called Blue Mountain State, and Thad Castle. There's a Netflix movie called like The
I'll have to
Rise
look
of Thadland.
I'll have to look that up.
Yeah, it was
Oh, and nope. You know how he mentioned Cavill first.
Mhm.
I couldn't help it, but a couple weeks ago, I had found a picture of Henry Cavill meeting Alan Ritchson, and they were both standing up, and Cavill looked like a very insignificant person. And someone had made a meme out of it, and it was something like somebody finds Superman's daddy, or Superman meets his daddy, or something like that. And I sent that to Jay. I hear Jay, this is for you.
Funny enough, though, if you, Jay, you're still watching through it, okay?
Mhm.
So when you do, I want you to close your eyes on certain scenes when Alan Richmond is talking, or Richmond is talking.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me he doesn't sound like Tim Daly, animated Superman.
Oh, he does. 100%.
Yeah. I hear it all the time. And I'm
Yeah.
like, man, this is weird. If you looked away and just like focused on something else, you'd feel like you're watching animated Superman in the background until he talked about killing somebody. You know.
Yeah.
I've been watching a bunch of the interviews that people have done with him about Reacher,
Mhm.
and my mind was blown. They asked Reacher, "What is this that we hear that you get mistaken a lot?" And Reacher shakes his head and he's like, "Everywhere I go, somebody comes up to me and wants a picture, and I think, oh, cool, they watch Reacher, and they're like, thank you, Mr. Cena." He said everyone confuses him with John Cena, and I don't see a resemblance to that at all. But I've found like 6 different interviews where he brings that up, and it annoys him. He's like, I do not look like John Cena, but
Well,
everyone thinks I'm John Cena.
John Cena's looking like Jim Varney these days.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's that. I was trying to think, who did I see that he looked like recently? That's what it was.
All I know,
totally
I'm not-
do Ernest.
I'm not looking forward to the day when my ears are this big, because it seems like men's ears quadruple in size. And John Cena, if a stiff wind caught him, he could fly. I have no doubt in my mind.
Yo,
Wasn't that a Family Guy thing? Who had
Yeah.
big ears that could fly? It was Ben Stiller. That was a Ben Stiller skit. That's right. Never mind.
no, but like Alan Ritchson, I've been a fan of for a long time, and before Reacher, like after seeing him as Thad Castle, my first thought was if they ever did a live, this was way before Shazam, like the live action with Zachary Levi. I was like, if they ever did a Shazam movie, I would want him to play Shazam. Like, he's, again, watch what he does in Reacher, watch what he does as Aquaman, watch what he does as Hawk in Titans, and then watch Thad. Watch Blue Mountain State, and you're like, this guy's range is off the charts. It is. I'll give you a little spoiler for Blue Mountain State, okay? They have this thing called the cookie race. And what it is all the jocks get together, wearing nothing but jock straps, take an Oreo cookie, stick it in your butt cheeks, and you got to race down a field. The loser has to eat the cookies.
That's a real thing.
Thad ends up winning. Thad still eats his cookie. And the way he does it is just like the character is so freaking out there.
That's a real thing. And if you play fullback or linebacker like someone I know did, and you're not fast, you learn that friendships go out the window, and you shoulder block people and knock them down so that you're not the last one. Because there's no eating of that cookie. But no, that's a real thing. We have that up here.
Yeah, I was lucky. I was fast for a fat guy.
Did you have to do it too?
No, we never played that game, but I would have been okay. There would have been people behind me for sure.
Well, yeah, this is a great show. Anybody on the rewind, anybody in the chat, give it a shot.
Please give it a shot.
But put some time away, because I'm telling you, you're not with every episode. You're going to be like, Okay, I'm gonna stop after this one. I'm gonna stop after this one. Well, no, now how they cliffhanger this thing so well that you got to watch the next one. Like I physically had to stop myself because I had to be up at 10 o'clock Friday morning before that show with Jeff Johns, so I get things ready with Matthias, and I had to stop myself because I was like, dude, you got to get some sleep. You're gonna be working all day today. You got to get some sleep. And I was like, man, but maybe one more. Like, no, like I was arguing with myself, and then I woke up today and got the finale of season 2 done, and got 2 episodes into season 3. That show's just that good to me.
And now that we're done with season 1, can I just kind of do some comments?
Absolutely.
So kind of like Robbie and the folks do after they talk about a movie, I just kind of wanted to talk about it. Because one of the things that, just like with Daredevil that's going on right now, one of the things that got me so hooked onto that show is the cinematography, the chemistry of the actors, and the soundtrack. Everything about that first season was perfect for what they wanted to achieve. They had fantastic one-liners, but they didn't go Marvel crazy with it and turn it into Thor. The music, this is going to surprise a lot of people probably, but maybe not. I'm a metalhead, always been a metalhead, always will be a metalhead, but I love the blues. The blues is my second favorite. And when people ask me to name my top 5 guitar players, because all my buddies know I'm a metalhead, they're always shocked when I have BB King as number 2. They're like, BB King, who's that? I'm like, listen to that man play guitar. And that Margrave season 1 had some of the best blues music, and it was all played at just the right time. But what was even better was, Jay and I talked about this earlier, is that Finley, who was a black guy, hated the blues. Reacher loved the blues. Finley was addicted to 80s pop music. And that became hysterically comical many, many times during season 1. Because Finley was driving, Reacher was in the back seat, and he turned on, was it Foreigner? That came
No,
on?
38 Special.
38 Special. He turned it on, and 38 Special came on, and he's like, come on, Reacher, you got to feel this. And Reacher looks into the camera and goes, no. So Finley turns it up even louder, and Roscoe starts laughing her ass off in the passenger seat because she knows it's them butting heads again. And then when they're doing a tail on a guy because they're following a semi only to find that it was empty, the Finley was like, come on, I can't take any more of this blues stuff. Can we, blah, blah, and he's like, okay, fine. So he's like, he turns the channel and is this where he finds Foreigner?
Kansas.
No, it was
Kansas.
Yeah.
Yep. He finds a Kansas song, and here's Finley. He's like doing the drum beat, and Reacher kind of like, he's driving. He looks again. He's like, what are you doing? He's like, this is the best opening ever of any song. And Reacher's like, he just kind of like rolls his eyes. And then he turns the blues music back on, and Finley's something like, isn't this a white guy? And Reacher like puts his head down and shakes his head, and he's like, for God's sake, no. And that banter over music was great. And another thing that we kind of skipped over, that these are the little gems. I mean, the show in itself, the plot in itself are excellent, but the little gems of goodness that are in there for you, if you pay attention, just put it over the
Or
top.
rewatch.
Right, or rewatch. Reacher finds a dog that hasn't been watered.
Yes.
And is like dehydrating. Goes into the yard, fills the water dish. The owner comes out. Hey, what are you doing? Can I help you? And Reacher's like, no. And he's like, what are you doing? Like, this guy's out here. He hasn't had anything to drink. Well, I filled his water dish this morning. Reacher stands up. No, you didn't. He's like, are you calling me a liar? Yes. So they leave. They drive by again, and this time Roscoe and Finley are with him. And they drive by, and Reacher's like, stop. And they stop, and he sees the dog laying down again. And this time the dog had a choke collar on, and it had gotten too tight and was cutting the dog's neck and making him bleed. And Finley's like, enough of this shit. This dog never hurt anybody. He doesn't deserve this. So he starts untying him. The owner comes out. Didn't I tell you? And Reacher just, bam, one shot. Bam, knocks him down. Finley looks at Reacher. Really? You can't just hit a civilian? And then he takes the choke chain, wraps it twice around the guy's neck, and locks it and says, how do you like it? And like shoves him over. And they take the dog back to the car. Roscoe knows nothing about the dog because she wasn't with them the last time the dog was found. They bring the dog, put it in the car, get in the car, and she's looking like, what is going on? And she's like, okay, now what? Now we take the dog to a no-kill shelter and go kick some ass. And she's just like, okay. She didn't know what was going on. And it's those little character gems that it's the seasoning on the dinner.
Yeah.
You had a great steak, but that other stuff is just the seasoning. And that's why I love that show so much. And the soundtrack in that first season was unbelievable.
And then Finley keeps the dog too.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, he keeps the
dog,
dog,
he's a lonely guy,
and he names him Jack.
Right.
Because Jack Reacher don't use Jack, and he tells him that. Well, you're not using it, so I figured the dog could have it. And when Reacher sees the dog and pets him, he looks at the collar and he's like, "Son of a bitch, he gave you a tweed collar."
Right.
Because Finley always wore tweed, and Reacher would make fun of the tweed. So it's great stuff. Great stuff.
Yeah, those are the details that I love about that. A tweed collar, really?
Yeah.
He did that to you?
Yep.
So let me ask you, Nope. What are your overall thoughts for the first season? Being a first time watcher, what were your overall thoughts in the season?
The first season was great because, naturally I thought, first couple episodes, they didn't lead right into the brother thing, right into the first episode. And I thought that was good writing anyways. And then the fact that they did really good as far as keeping you on your toes is who it's going to be. Because, naturally you're led to believe that it's going to be this Kleiner guy. And then he's got a Colombian necktie, by the time that it's right getting to the point to where it's going to say, here's your evidence for this guy. But no, it's actually not this guy. So then you're left guessing. But I mean, you kind of feel right off the first time you meet the KJ kid in the very beginning, you feel like that's going to be your guy. That's going to be a very important or short-lived character. He's either going to get his ass kicked really quick into the story, or it's going to go the whole time and it's going to feel like he should have got his ass kicked a long time ago, but, it takes forever to get there. But naturally, from that point, I knew that two of those kids were in on it. That they were two of however many were part of this group that were going around and actually murking all these people. But yeah, I mean, I thought it was great. And like I was telling Eddie earlier, the pacing on this is so good that it actually doesn't leave any room for any filler. So there's enough room in there to where all the stuff that you see on these other shows that are, Secret Agent Man, all this, whatever. And then there's these little stupid stuff that, they forgot this in this area or whatever the hell. So now they have to worry about this for the first half of the next episode and straighten this story out so where they don't get caught or whatever, There's none of that in any of the story writing for all this. It's just straight to, and they have their plans whenever they're mapping them out, and they think of all the details that somebody who's super analytical of a story won't have an issue with picking it apart because they're already answering those questions as they're running through a plan, and or when they shoot the scene or shoot that final plan, most of it goes off without a hitch because they can show in the previous scene that they actually thought of all this stuff. So I really appreciated how they wrote the story for it, that it was very thought out and not just sloppy and here's our end goal and here's our middle part and here's how we're going to get here. So hop, skip, and a jump, and hopefully you didn't see our little mix up. But there's none of that here. So
And
That's why
there's
it
no
only took me 2 days.
and there's none of those annoying filler episodes that
Yes.
other series get where they want to make it 20 episodes or whatever, so they give you these little meaningless episodes. The Walking Dead was so guilty of that after the first couple of
Bad.
seasons, to the point where it became unwatchable for me and I gave up on it. Love the book, but the TV show, there was just so many filler episodes that had nothing to do. That episode that was just Daryl and that young gal together was so boring. And was her name Elizabeth or Beth or Beth? I think it was Beth.
The younger sister.
That was so damn boring. Yeah. And it's like those little filler episodes. You don't get that with Reacher. The first watch through, you're going to miss a lot. You're going to enjoy it, but you're going to miss a lot. Watch it again. Pay close attention. And there are so many key subtle things that they do that makes you fall in love with it even more. And as many times as I've watched the first 2 seasons, the last time I rewatched them was just before season 3 started. So it's been a month or so ago. I still find stuff that I never noticed before. And I'll be like, oh, that's how they knew that. I always wondered what. It's one of those kind of shows. And I could not recommend it high enough to anyone.
Take care, Triple B. Love you, brother.
See you,
Later,
Triple
Triple
B.
B.
So I'm gonna drop this on y'all.
Uh-oh.
I think we're gonna do a show per season.
Cool.
Because we've already been 3 hours just in the
Right.
first season alone. I'm not going to be able to do 6 hours tonight, unfortunately. So I want to save season 2 for next week. But I want to ask y'all this, and I'll go last with this. Can you pick a favorite character out of this season, and who is it?
Out of season 1?
Out of season 1.
Without Reacher, I'm assuming
without Reacher, that's a little too easy.
I don't even need to think about it, Neely.
Okay.
I think it's a tie with me between Finley and Roscoe. Finley just because the depth of the character and, the chemistry and everything, and Roscoe just because I'm a sucker for blondes. So,
So that's probably going to be 2 for Roscoe, because Roscoe's it for me. Like, don't get me wrong, there other than the bad guys, and even some of the bad guys I really dug. Roscoe was just that character from the beginning. The first time she meets him, and she's like, "Sir, will you come over here?" That wasn't a request, when they introduced her like that. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna love this character. And she wasn't a damsel in distress or anything like that. She was throwing punches with the best of them. She was taking them. So for me, I'm gonna say for season 1, Roscoe's gonna have to be my pick for the season. I mean, but it'd be harder for me to pick out who was the worst performance in the entire season, because for me there wasn't. I think everybody played the part they were going to play, and they did it well. Like, even the bad guys. Like I said, I still have some issues with that fight with Dawson. I have issues with that, but I kind of feel like there should have been somebody bigger on the team, somebody that could have matched up with Reacher. That's my only issue with that. But he did take out 5 or 6 guys at one time.
Because I do have a cousin about that size, and he's wiry himself, but it's still not a challenge to throw him around.
Do you have a favorite non-main character that stuck? For me, it's Mr. Mosley, the bartender. I loved his sense of humor. I loved it when Finley's like, "Do you have any salad?" He's like, "I got tomato salad with mayo on 2 pieces of bread," because he had just given him a tomato sandwich.
Was he the bartender or the barber?
No, the barber.
Barber.
Did I say bartender?
Yeah,
I meant barber.
maybe.
I meant barber. But I liked it when he was first shaving Reacher, and then he warns Reacher later. And he's like, "Are you starting to worry about me, Mr. Mosley?" He's like, "I'm worried about my bottom line. You might have
Right.
another show before you leave town." And then when he when he helps him break the whole case with that lockbox, that why he kept it secret, that moment reminded me of the moment in the third Spider-Man movie when the jerk-ass butler finally tells Harry that, it wasn't Spider-Man that killed your dad, even though you've been obsessed with it for the last 2 years. Your dad died by his own hand. I'm like, what a dickhead. I'd have killed him right then and there. I'm sorry. I've been obsessed over
Now you
killing
tell me
Spider-Man.
this.
Thank you. I can remember thinking that at the theater going, what the actual hell, you asshole. But what a jerk. But so do you have anybody like that stuck out? It's okay if you don't. You've
Trying
only
to-
watched it once. I've watched it too much.
Trying to
'Cause
think a little bit because I liked Picard. Like Picard, but Picard also felt kind of, well, I don't want to say main cast.
I got another one that sticks out for me, and he was only in it for a couple minutes. And that was the little kid that when Reacher and
How'd you get so big?
yeah, how'd you get so big? Genetics. And then as soon as the kid
Hey,
asked
Lana.
that, Neely started laughing. Neely was laughing.
Yeah.
The kid asked that. But great stuff, good stuff. And like I said, the little subtle things, if you do a rewatch, that you're gonna catch are just as much fun as the first time you watch it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would have been cool if we would have got like some sort of flashbacks of the Gray character.
Yeah.
Like maybe some conversations between him and the barber or something like that. Or at least one conversation, maybe. But
No, that's true.
Well, I think the reason we didn't is because they didn't want us tying it together. But yeah,
probably.
I get what you
But
mean.
maybe after the fact of finding the
Yeah.
chest or something like that, you could have got one little final.
You got the flashback to
A
his
scene for
autopsy.
Roscoe, maybe. What's that?
You got the flashback to the autopsy when they were looking at his dead photos.
Yeah, that's true. Cameo scene.
Yeah. This is what my brain looked like.
There it is. Ed, you just reminded me. Jasper. Just because I love Harley Gillian. I love that guy.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Jasper, just the charm, and when they first go to Officer Morrison, I think, or Chief Morrison, I think is the guy's name, and he's like, his testicles are gone, and
Yeah.
Reacher's like looking at his stomach, just the look that he got on his face.
He dropped the scalpel. He was holding the
Right.
scalpel, and when he's like, "You'll find him in his stomach in the autopsy," and he drops the scalpel. Like, what? And that's what Finley was like. How do you know what you know? Yep. But I also like the fishermen. They just have these little side characters that come in, and I felt kind of bad that they killed off Molly Beth so quickly.
Yeah.
I kind of hope that they would have at least got to meet, but I see why they did it.
Or maybe
But
if
none
they
of
would
it-
have just met her on the platform below instead
Yeah,
of up from above.
right. And
You're
that's
so
the other thing
punctual.
too, is that's the one slip that I haven't, even after all these rewatches, is how did they know she was going to be on that train and where? Because I can't find any slip ups there. They didn't tell Picard about the train. They didn't tell Picard that they were talking to her. How did that happen? That's the one piece of fruit that I can't grab and pick off the tree.
Maybe there's somebody dirty there that we're not going to meet till season 4 or 5.
Or maybe the phone was tapped and they didn't really capitalize on explaining that, maybe.
Maybe. Do you guys remember anything off the top of your head where
No, I was trying to think just a second ago, too, because that didn't make any sense to me as to why aren't you down there? Because as soon as they cut to the next scene and they went, oh, hi, oh, there she is. I went, she's not going to make it.
No.
They're not going to meet. I knew immediately.
And when KJ was spilling his guts, he said he killed the woman on the train.
Yeah.
He's like, I killed my dad, I killed your brother, and I killed the lady, your friend on the train. I'm like, how
Close
did
your
they
ears,
know?
Lorena.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah. Not unless maybe he had the phones tapped. But I don't think they
But how do
used.
you tap a cell phone? Because it was a burner.
That's what my next question was going to be, is if they use the motel phones or if they just use burners. But yeah,
The only thing I can figure, but they didn't tell you, was when she was making copies of the files, that maybe accessing the files threw up a flag. But they're usually
well,
really
because
good with details. But that was one caveat that I cannot figure out, is how they knew. Number one, they didn't get her coming off the plane. How did they know they were going to meet her at a train station?
well, didn't they have connections? Like the kid went off about how rich they were and how they had connections in
Yeah.
government. So maybe that's what it was. Was maybe he was just exploiting, or you were thinking the dad was actually keeping up with the stuff, but really it was the kid
Right.
keeping up with his contacts just regularly, and maybe at that point in it, anyways, he was 2 steps ahead, maybe.
Right.
They're gonna Fast and Furious this thing.
That
Because he
makes
was very well read, remember?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, but that's the one thing that the writers didn't address. I mean, they did a good job of addressing everything else, but that one they didn't really explain. They just kind of, you got to accept it and move on. Are you
Oh,
gonna at all talk about Daredevil, or are we done?
no, I'm gonna save Daredevil too.
Okay.
I
Because if we're gonna do Reacher season 2 next week, are we gonna wait and do it until Daredevil's over and then talk about the whole thing, or what?
that might be best. I wasn't expecting to go episode by episode, but the thing is so good. I
I'm
was just
sorry,
like,
dude. I told
no,
you I was
no,
obsessed.
no,
It
no, no,
is. You could
no.
almost do it episode by episode.
Yeah,
If
Like
this was,
hour
if I
long.
already had my channel, I would have been doing an episode by episode breakdown because I love it. But I just got my channel, and that doesn't mean I still can't do one. But I'm like 10 years behind everybody else. But
hey,
this is the first show that I have been addicted to, and I mean addicted, since House. House MD, I was addicted to for similar reasons. It's a Sherlock Holmesian thing. You know, a lot of people don't realize that House is Sherlock Holmes. House,
Yeah.
Holmes, Watson, Wilson. One
Yeah.
was addicted to heroin, the other one's addicted to Vicodin.
yeah,
It's basically Sherlock Holmes in a hospital.
yes.
And I loved that show, and I was so pissed when they ended
Instead
it.
of an American playing a British character, it's a British character playing an American.
Yes. The first time
Yeah, that one threw
I
me
heard
off.
Hugh Laurie talk British, I almost died. And
Same
then I
here.
couldn't look at him the same. And what was funny was, I think it was after House was over or something, and 101 Dalmatians came on or something, and Hugh Laurie was in that, and he was talking British, and I was laughing my butt off. I'm like, Amy, you got to go see this. Hugh Laurie's pretending to be British. It's hilarious. And then for Christmas, she bought me the box set of the entire series. And of course, you know, oh my God, I love that show. I'm addicted. I'm watching the director stuff, and they're interviewing him. I'm like, son of a bitch, he is British. Because when he's talking normal, he's doing the British thing, and I'm like, no, House is not British.
Hey man, for the longest time, I thought James McAvoy was just English. For the longest time, because everything I'd seen him in, it was either American accent or British accent.
He's Scottish, isn't he?
He's Scottish.
Scottish.
Yeah. It's like Ewan McGregor too.
Yeah.
You know, because he's floated his accent, and I think the first time that I've really seen him, because I think I was only like 10 whenever the episode 1 came out, Star Wars, and he was doing the Al McInnes kind of accent, you know. So, no,
Stuart Little. You're
Al
close,
McInnes.
Lorena.
I don't think I'm.
That's close enough. She gets credit.
What's up?
That's close enough. She gets credit.
Yeah, little Stuart Little. But yeah, Yeah, he's in that.
But I
yeah,
can remember calling my wife in because it was on. I'm like, you gotta hear this. House is pretending to be British. And then she bought me those CDs, and I was like, oh my God, he is British.
yeah.
And
What if
I
she
couldn't look
knew
at his
that and
face.
was laughing when she gave it to you?
I have no idea. I don't think so, but who
He's gonna
knows?
shit his pants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here you go.
She wasn't wrong, because when he said I swear this was my look. Because he started talking British, I'm like, oh my God, he wasn't acting in the cartoon. He what? House is British.
That- and-
Charlie
he-
Hunnam.
There was
Charlie
no.
Hunnam was another one that threw me off when I learned
Yeah.
that. From Sons of Anarchy.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, speaking of Ghost Machine and all that,
There you go, Lorena.
is Redcoat not drawn to be Charlie Hunnam?
It is. And when we were when we had Jeff on the show, this was after Jeff left, we were going through covers. And one of the covers is a Game of Thrones style cover where he's
Yes.
sitting on a throne of guns. I'm looking at that face and I see Jamie Lannister.
No, I did see that because I was watching. I think I watched a rewind on that. But yes, I did see that. But since I started reading
Everything
it,
else, though, yeah.
I've always thought of Charlie Hunnam because of certain panels look just fucking like him, with sideburns. And it's like, if they were to ever cast somebody in a TV show, movie, whatever, he would be fucking perfect for this.
Yes, dude. And that's kind of my hope for that whole universe. I'm hoping we get something. Jeff is so excited about it, man. To hear him talk about it, it was literally, we thought we were going to have to be like, hey,
he said issue 75 or 100 of Redcoat.
Yeah.
You know how excited that makes me?
That's a good book, man. I'm so mad we don't get Image anymore. Like I'm gonna trade wait for this stuff. But
I have a
if y'all
whole box just of Ghost Machine stuff.
Yeah, if y'all haven't gotten into any of the Ghost Machine stuff, y'all, you really, really do. Like everything I've read so far has just been awesome. I went out and got like a third or fourth print of Redcoat #1. Like I've read that thing so many times digitally, but I was like, man, I gotta have a copy. I gotta own a copy.
So good.
Yeah, that whole universe.
I can't remember the name of it, but the only one at Hyde Street.
Hyde Street.
That's the only one I've read is that series. I've enjoyed
you did
it.
check it out though?
Oh yeah, I enjoy it. It's fun.
Cool. Did you check out Devour? Devour is a one shot associated with Hyde Street.
Okay.
But it's got like an aerobics instructor on it. She's got like a whatever you call it, a canister of pills or whatever, some diet pills kind of thing. That's what the cover of it looks like. But that one was pretty good too.
If you don't IM it to me, I'll never remember.
Okay, I will.
I've told Jay that 100 times. Brother, if you want me to remember, message me, because otherwise I'll be like, do you remember that one book you told me that one day that I had to read that was about that? And I won't have a clue.
Hey, if it's not Reacher, it doesn't register. Okay,
that's right. That's right.
I did get to read Absolute Flash the other day.
That's the one book this week that I didn't get to read of the stack of stuff. I got to read my Bug Wars, Absolute Batman, Those Not Afraid, all that stuff. But that was the one book I didn't get to tonight. I was going to, but Eddie called me.
Hashtag blame Eddie.
Blame Ed. Yeah. Dude, honestly, this Absolute stuff, y'all, has been fantastic. Like this one, I've never seen. This has got to be my favorite Captain Cold design I've ever seen. Like when you see what Captain Cold looks like in this book, the design is so dope. Like I won't spoil it for you, but
when I saw the red coat on the sale shows and they showed the cover, the first thing I thought of was the TV show Sleepy Hollow. He looked exactly like Ichabod Crane.
Yeah, I can see that.
The character from that TV show. I'm like, holy crap, that looks just like the dude that played Ichabod Crane in the Sleepy Hollow. Which that was a really good show too until it got ridiculously stupid and started time traveling. It's like, why do all the things have to have time travel in it. You never get it right, and it always ruins it. And sure enough,
Yeah, I think that show was pretty good until they started to get into like his kid, which wound up being the older guy in the
yeah.
show, and then it started to get a little wonky. But before that, I thought that show was written so good.
Oh yeah, and the chemistry between Ichabod and that cop were
Mm-hmm.
great. And then they switched cops or something, and when she left is when it really started going downhill. And that was
Yeah, I
right
don't
around
think it
the
was
same
too long
time.
after.
Yeah, it was right around the same time they started the time jump crap, where they were
Yeah.
lost in different time zones. I'm like, oh God, here we go all over again. I
Hmm.
don't know why they always have to. I am so sick and tired of time travel and multiverse.
Yeah, because
And,
didn't
and
they sent the original detective back in time first, I
yeah,
think.
yep,
And I think that's when I stopped watching it.
yep.
And I
Well,
went, okay. And I guess I didn't miss nothing.
no,
So
you didn't, because they turned the focus on her drug addicted sister, who wasn't a good actress.
okay. Yeah, I did
And
read I did keep watching a little bit past and then that next season, but then lost interest. So that makes sense.
as are we done, or can I vent a little bit more?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
This is just me. I'm not mad. I don't have hatred. I love y'all. I love everybody. But as a comic fan and as a comic movie fan, I am so sick and tired of the word universe. I am sick of hearing the word universe. I will never use the word universe. Why every series has to have its own universe drives me nuts. And everybody says universe about
Money,
everything.
money, money.
Well, now we got the Daredevil universe crossed off with. Why can't you just say Daredevil is becoming part of Well, and then they're going to have this universe. I'm like, oh my God, I'm so sick of the universes. Just stop saying the word. Come up with another word. In the name of all, come up with a different word.
So my buddy Scott Wilkie that writes the Periwinkle and Frost and everything.
That's a
He
name drop.
yeah, Bad Bug Media. Go check them out. So he named his stuff the Periwinkle Saga. Now before that, he didn't have a name for it, and I told him because his last name is Wilkie and one of his handles somewhere is Swilky Smooth. I started calling his stuff because I got tired of Universe as well. I started calling it the Swilky Way Galaxy.
There you go.
Unfortunately, that name didn't stick, but I was like, look, man, he went with something else. He went with what he felt was right, but at least he didn't call it a universe. He called it a saga. So, Eddie, I feel you on that, man. There's so many like Ghost Machine Universe to me. I wish they could have just called it Ghost Machine.
Yeah.
Like, but they named it whatever they named it.
It is though. Ghost
It
Machine is the main universe, if you will. It's the last time I'll say it. But then it has
Y'all
the
are saying it just to annoy me. Y'all are saying it just to annoy me.
it has 4 different categories. And I actually didn't know that until yesterday during the interview and stuff, that you have the unnamed universe, which has Geiger, Redcoat, and I believe Rook Exodus is supposed to be a part of that, but I want to say that he's in his own category. To where Rook is its own, just like Hyde Street's its own, their horror brand, and then Family Odysseys would be Rockefellers, and then Hornsby and Halo, because those deals with the family aspects and everything. But I didn't know it was split up into 4 different categories like that. I thought it was all one thing that was supposed to eventually mix into one.
Yeah.
And maybe it's supposed to still.
So what is Redcoat about? Is it about a British soldier?
He starts off that way, yes. And then he's
And
basically
how does it
made
mix in
immortal.
with? And how does it mix in with Hyde?
That I'm not sure yet, because like I
Okay.
said, I didn't know that those universes were actually different. The only thing that I think that they've actually stated that's going to be integrated together would be like the unnamed universe. And that's, oh, you're trolling me, ain't you, Eddie?
How many more? That was 4 universes in 1 minute. You've used your allotment.
Like in the books, they have a timeline that shows
Only in the unnamed universe.
Yes, only in the unnamed one. But I think eventually they're going to tie everything. They're going to tie everything together. But if you really want to know what Redcoat is, I think of it as like kind of historical fiction.
A little bit, yeah.
Because you have this guy. His name is Simon Pure, and I told Matthias they call him that. He's anything but that. This guy's a coward. Okay. Without giving too much away, there's an experiment to give an historical figure eternal life. He mucks that up and gets caught in the crossfire, and he ends up becoming immortal. So it's basically following him through time, basically being a merc for money. Right? And he meets all these historical figures along the way. And I can't remember if he actually dies and comes back or he can't be killed. That's the part I can't remember. It's been a while.
No, he dies and comes back because it shows in each of the headstones when he dies. It basically has the year, and then they scratch it off, and then they have the next one, scratch that one off. So he's just got like multiple, like 12 plus death days.
It's fun though. Like it's a fun book. And Rook Exodus, man, I think that book's awesome too. But that is a book that thing doesn't even words.
Yeah, that one would be great as a trade paperback.
Ooh.
Because that story was great, but it sucks where they end off each issue. Like it really sucks.
Yeah.
To where like, I mean, it's great as far as driving the sales and stuff, because the next month you're right there opening time, give me this book. But as a trade, because I think there's only 6 of them, and I think that'd just be perfect for a good afternoon, good reading.
Like,
but
the 3 books that I think has kind of the best art I've ever seen is Space Ghost with that Jonathan Lau art, Vicious Circle, and I can never remember the dude who does the art for that book. Vicious Circle is a fantastic book. The art in that book is just crazy. And then Rook Exodus. Like, the art in these books are good, but out of all that Ghost Machine stuff, Rook Exodus art, man, that art is just, I can't believe somebody drew that stuff. Like, the art is so good.
So is the question, what is the Ghost Machine? Something too complicated to get into?
No.
Because I didn't realize Hyde Street was connected to anything. I just thought it was fun seeing the old ads from the old comic books as characters, and I just thought it was like a spoof thing. I didn't realize it was part of something else.
They hadn't connected them yet.
Yeah. So you can still catch up on everything independently as you go.
Okay.
Like, it's
so
still
if you want to jump into one at a time, you're fine.
Yeah, it's newish. I think the new issue of Redcoat, it's only like issue 11.
Right.
So it's relatively new.
And a lot of the trades are getting ready to come out for those first sections of them.
Yeah, like I had never read Geiger before, and Geiger was a series before Ghost Machine got put together. So me jumping in on that, they explained enough with the first issue to where I kind of know what's going on, but the issue itself is so good, it makes me want to go back and read the older Geiger stuff to get caught up. Like, you can have a basic concept of what's going on, but I'm probably going to go back and read some of the older Geiger stuff, because Geiger was a series that Jenna and Sean were collecting way before. So
yeah, and you can start reading the second volume and not miss a whole lot as far as the first volume goes. I mean, yeah, you miss his origin story, but I feel like it kind of gets into that in the first couple issues of the second series. But that first series, it is a quick read, the first 6 issues of the Geiger series, because it doesn't get into anything else. It doesn't get into the Ghost Wars, is what they call them. And then you got Junkyard Joe, that it also ties into everything. But that was a trade. That's a trade by now also. And then that's where you get the one that they were talking about yesterday, the Northerner.
Mm-hmm.
He originally appears at the very last issue of Junkyard Joe, and I think issue 6 or something like that. But you can read Geiger Volume 2 and Redcoat and Rook, all of those independently, and not be confused at all on any of the story, except for Geiger, just with a couple of the references that they make in the first couple issues. But for the most part, you can kind of fall right into that one second volume and not be too lost, and just kind of be paid off like, oh, there's just this much more once you read the first volume. And then that in between 2 issues, Ground Zero, I think is what it's called.
Have you had a chance to read that werewolf book you bought off of Wonderland yet? Is it any good?
No, I haven't gotten it yet because I still haven't got an invoice. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's I got the tracking and all that stuff, I think, on Monday, and I think I emailed AJ back and was like, hey, awesome, I'm excited, glad to read the stuff, but I haven't paid for anything. So then Tuesday he was just like, oh, I'm getting emails from people saying that they haven't paid for stuff. And so
have you read his Dracula stuff? Oh, you ordered that too? Okay.
Yeah, all that stuff. I think
I actually got those on the single issues as they were coming out because they were really good.
I gotcha.
I was so surprised when I put it together that that's who that guy was. I'm like, wait a minute, are you the same? And he's like, yeah, that's me. I'm like, okay, Dan Wickline, and now this. And
and to be honest, I think you're really gonna dig Homestead. I got a lot of Dirk's books, man. Dirk.
Is that the werewolf one?
Yeah, that's.
I couldn't remember the name. I wanted to look it up, but I couldn't remember the name. That's what I was going to ask him. Is what it was called.
Yeah,
and it's supposed to have Native American ties too, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what sold me on it.
Yeah.
So is it skinwalkers then, and not werewolves?
I can't remember how Dirk explained it to me, but I know that they actually went and got what do they call it? Expertise, but they call it something else. I can't remember. They consulted Native Americans research and stuff like that. They actually consulted people, so they're not just writing Native American stuff and it's all bullshit.
Right.
They actually got some folks.
Second and third hand stories and folklore. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's another series by Critical Entertainment called The First Americans that basically kind of goes over the story of the people who came over on the Bering Strait. There is literally no dialogue in this whole story. It's all art.
Oh, wow.
It's awesome. I know that they only got 2 issues so far, and it's one of those kind of like Dynamite with Fire and Ice, to where the first issue came out however long ago, and each issue has taken a few months. And I actually haven't seen any kind of posting for issue 3, so it could just be 2 issues, but they were great. I really loved them, and it was literally just all art and just motion storytelling.
If you like Indian style books, I can't remember the exact title, but it was something like killing Christopher Columbus.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember the title of it, but it was about them trying to prevent him going back in time and trying to prevent him from coming, and it's really good. It's a good read. It's like a different twist.
I love anything Native American stuff because
I can't remember what it's
but
called.
I don't know shit about it.
The name Christopher Columbus is in the title, but I cannot remember what it's called. It's something like Killing Christopher Columbus, or Christopher Columbus Must Die, or something like that.
Is it Earth Divers Kill Columbus?
That could be it. But anyway, they basically find a cave that lets them go back in time.
Yeah, that's Earth Divers. Yeah.
Yeah. That's good. You'll enjoy it if you like that kind of stuff.
I'll check that one out.
Well, see, we still got some comic talk in here,
Heck yeah.
but I got an idea, Ed, for whenever you're ready to start doing it. So we're gonna do the next two shows. Hopefully, one of like the at least the third season. Hopefully, that's one of the weekends Sean's off, because I really want Sean on one of these, because Sean watched more of this than I had.
Him and I were going to do a pop on, but it never happened.
Well, the thing is, he's not going to be off again till April something.
Oh,
So maybe one of these next
Get
ones.
loud here.
Has he moved in with you yet?
No, he's starting. He's starting that a little bit later this week, this coming week. So I want to do one with him.
Bathroom real quick. Real back.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. What we could do is, after these three shows, when we get to more seasons, what if on Saturdays when you got your channel going, if you really want to do an episode by episode breakdown, we'll do one on this channel or one on your channel first, starting it out, and we'll flip flop between the channels.
Cool. Heck yeah, I'd do that. I'd definitely do that. Because I want to know. I want to start with something that I know about and can talk about. And I rambled 3 hours on one season, so
Yeah.
And we still miss stuff.
Oh yeah, dude.
We didn't cover the whole thing, but
it's so.
It was a lot more in detail than I thought we were going to be.
It just once I started talking about the first issue. See, I'm starting to get that from Dan now, man.
Yep.
Issues and episodes.
I do that too.
Once I started getting into that first episode, I was like, you know what? There's so much packed into this. Just trying to do let's talk about the overall season thing wouldn't really do it justice.
Mm-mm.
So, and I'm like, there's probably hundreds of people that have already watched this years ago when it came out. This is just more for us and anybody who wants to watch it. I was like, you know what? Why don't we just do 3 different shows, a show for each season? That way, each show we do we can go through all the episodes and really dig into them. But this is one of those things, dude, that I didn't take any notes. I just watched it.
I didn't take any notes either.
Well, yeah. This is your thing though, man. This is you remembered stuff that I was like, holy crap. I literally just watched this the other day. Maybe it could be because I've crammed 3 seasons into a couple of days, but
I hear you. I admit it. I'm a junkie. I love it. I've watched it so many times. It's just like some comic books. I could talk about some comic books for 12 hours if you let me.
That's true.
Don't even get me started on Fantastic Four 51, because I'll break down the whole freaking ideology around the writing and how brilliant the storytelling was and all kinds of. I rewatched Mother.
Did you?
Yesterday. I asked my wife if she wanted to watch it. She lasted 20 minutes. She's like, this is not my kind of movie. I'm like, you made me watch Titanic. But I let her leave. And then I found a video of 2 turtles. And one turtle was on like a floating piece of wood. And another turtle was trying to get on it out of the water. And I put the Titanic music and I put the Hold On Jack in the background and recut the video and sent it to her as a short clip. And I heard her in the other room, "You're not funny." It was so great.
You should have been like, I know I'm hysterical.
Yes, yeah, that works. That always works.
Yeah, I think this would be good. Also gives me a little break from, there's not a whole lot of news coming out. If we get like Superman trailer or something in between those times, I can always.
That was supposed to be a legit poster I sent you today that someone had painted with Superman and Crypto.
Oh, I hope it is.
It's supposed to be. I mean, I don't know if it is, but it's supposed to be. So that's why I sent it to you.
Yeah, I really hope it is. I remember seeing it, and I was like, I can't get how people not going to like this, but I know there's going to be somebody out there that I gotta just be like, just be positive, man. Just be positive.
People who are complaining about the type of dog. I mean, if you can believe a man came from another planet as a baby and is immune to bullets and flies, get over the dog being white and not a lab. Please. Come on. Really? Does it really matter? That would be like saying, well, we can't have Corn Sweat as Superman because he's not Kryptonian. Well,
Yeah,
no shit.
yeah,
Nobody is. I do want to say one thing briefly
yeah.
about this last episode of Daredevil.
Hmm.
Filler episode. It seemed really slow and really unnecessary. And I was starting to get ticked until he pulled out his thing at the end and started practicing his swinging with this. And I'm like, okay, the devil's back. But up to that point, I'm like, don't do this. Don't have a throwaway episode. I hate it when they do that
The,
because that was a slow burn.
it,
This
it
last one,
was. I still enjoyed it. For the most part, I enjoyed it. The part I didn't enjoy was the guy he was trying to help that wanted probation.
yeah,
With everything out of that dude's mouth, I kept hearing the line from Liar Liar. Snake's on the phone. He wants your legal
yeah,
advice, and he's like, "Stop breaking the law, asshole." That's
hmm,
exactly what I thought when that guy was talking.
yep.
Yeah, that's true. Nope. Oh, that's so true.
Does
Yeah,
this mean that Nope is watching us on his phone on the shitter?
maybe, man.
Please don't accidentally turn your FaceTime on. I don't want to see that.
However we get the views, man. However we get
That's
the
true.
views.
That's true.
No, I can agree with you. I still enjoyed the episode. I'm not as down on it as some other folks are or have been.
I
It
haven't read any reviews on it or anything. That was just I just watched it yesterday because I thought you'd want to talk about it tonight. And I didn't hate it. I was just disappointed because it seemed like a filler episode. Now, was it worth it for the last 10 minutes? Yeah. The
yeah.
last 10 minutes were great to see that Fisk is coming back to Fisk and Daredevil's got what is it called? What is it? What do they call that? A whip? What do they call it? The thing that he twirls around and
Oh,
swings by.
his billy clubs. They're billy clubs
And
with like wires and stuff built
okay,
in.
well, I didn't know if it had like a certain name or something like web shooters or something. Because I haven't really read Daredevil comics. The only thing I really know about Daredevil is what the show is about,
Yeah,
and what was on the cartoons, of course.
yeah,
But
yeah. I remember it looking like his billy club looking like an umbrella handle for the longest time to me because it
yeah,
was like it had the hook on the end. But yeah, the episode I can see this one being slower for people, and I get it. Like I said, I didn't really enjoy the dude he was talking. It just sounded like a whiny bitch, honestly. But it really was the beginning of that episode and near the end of the episode was most interesting to me.
yep,
Like meeting the niece, meeting Hector's niece.
yep. Which kind of confirms about where they're gonna go.
Yep.
Although she's really young.
Yeah, I think this is more of a we're introducing her now, and it's going to
Yeah.
be a kind of a future thing that happens.
Do
Then
we
we
know
had
how many seasons they have planned for this?
no. I think
Okay.
they've at least already been confirmed to have the two.
Well, I don't
So
know what to believe and what not to believe, but I've been reading online that apparently the viewing of Daredevil has been poor.
you know,
But I never believe any of that stuff. I just watch what I like, and if I like it, I like it, and if they don't, they don't. I don't
yeah,
care.
yeah. Like the only thing that I care about when it comes to stuff like that is I don't care if anybody likes what I like. The problem is that if more people don't like what I like, more of it doesn't get made. That's the
Oh,
only
you mean
issue.
like Paper Girls season 2? Still not happy about that Prime. I'm watching.
there was the thing about this in particular is I wish Disney would stop with the episode a week things. I know a lot of people like that. That gives it time to breathe and all that stuff. I don't feel like with the writing in Daredevil that week to week suits it. I think it would have done better for them if they just would have dropped all the episodes.
Yeah.
I think it would have done them good. I know, like, Dan has said it many times before himself. He goes, I like the week to week because it gives, people a chance to talk about it. There's sometimes you binge a show and you forget about it the week after. And yeah, nope, that's a great point, because when they bring this thing up, it goes Agatha all along, this show, and then the Acolyte. And the people are like, see, it barely got any views, compared to like Agatha all along, which to me, I dug Agatha all along. That one, the viewership went up with every episode.
I never watched that one.
Yeah, I liked it. The first couple of episodes were a little bit of sluggish, but once it really got into the story, I enjoyed it. Jenna enjoyed it. The thing that I haven't gotten her to watch yet was She-Hulk. We watched the first 2 episodes together, and she was like, "Not for me." So that whole thing about She-Hulk is only made for the ladies and guys don't understand it.
I think I shared this with you before. My wife and daughter backed out after episode 2. They thought it was boring and stupid.
Yeah.
So yeah, so that's 3 women that didn't like it. I enjoyed it. My only knock on it is the finale was
Yep.
terrible. I hated that because it basically said that nothing happened the first 7 weeks was real. None of it really happened. And it's like, then why did you waste our time? That annoyed me greatly.
Yeah. And nope, that's the same thing I feel. I wish there was some kind of option that they could add to whatever streaming service. Like, if you're a person that wants to watch it week to week, you could have it set up to where the episodes unlock at a certain time for you or something. If you're a person that wants to binge, let's binge. Like, that was the most annoying thing when Amazon did that, because you reminded me that Reacher dropped all the episodes for
Season 1.
the first season all at once. I'm trying to remember if Reacher and The Boys came out around the same time.
Mm-hmm. The Boys dropped the whole season 2.
Exactly.
Yep.
Then for the next season of The Boys, that's when they started doing the 1 or 2 episodes and then weekly.
Yep. Same thing with Reacher.
So
Reacher season 2, they dropped the first 3, and then you had to wait for the last 5. And now with season 3, they only dropped the first 2, and you had to wait for the next 6. Which I can't believe it's already been 5 weeks. That's insane to me.
I know. By the time I get to the 7th episode of season 3, I'll probably be lucky enough to where the last episode comes out.
So did you agree with me about episode 7 of season 2, the ending? Remember I called it perfection?
Yeah.
Move aside and let the man come through. Let the man, while he's strutting through the gate. I was like, oh, I love that. That was perfect.
See, nope, dropping truth in the chat. That's another thing that I think about too. But then again, for me, I'm like, if somebody really wanted to watch something and they really only wanted to subscribe for a month, they'd still wait until everything was done and then just watch it all at once. Because then you got multiple things you could watch at once. You could finish a lot of stuff in a month.
I'll be honest with you. The biggest reason why I don't watch a lot of these shows is because you can't binge them.
Yeah.
Because I don't have the patience, and I'm sorry, I'm getting older. I don't have the memory to watch 4 different shows and remember where they're at 1 episode at a time. I'd rather watch the whole thing, enjoy it, decide if I'm going to watch it again or move on. But I'll tell you I liked Paper Girls, but I'm
Mhm.
going to share with you a little secret on why this annoys me so bad. I have Paper Girls #1 booked CGC slabbed as a 10.0. And when I
Oh,
heard it was a TV show, I saw dollar signs and I was ashamed of myself because I've never thought of my comics as a commodity before. But I won it at a raffle and I immediately punched in the CGC code to make sure it was real when I won it. And it was real. Registered 10.0. And then I heard there was a TV show and I'm like, please be a hit, please be a hit, please be a hit. I have a 10.0 of episode 1. Episode 1. There I go. Issue 1. Issue 1. And well, so of course it bombs. It's like, of course, it's the Ed Jinx. Did I
yeah.
ever tell you the other Ed Jinx? Never
No.
gambled before in my life. Ever. I never gambled ever on anything. The Super Bowl. I was a big Tom Brady fan because I went to U of M and I love Tom Brady. His first Super Bowl against the Rams, they were 50-1 odds to win that game because the Rams were favored by like 25 points. So I'm like, screw it. I'm going to put $100 on it. They won. I won $5,000. I was single at the time. I had like 2 months vacation coming. I'm like, I'm going on a cruise. I'm going to do this, that, and the other thing. This is play money. I'm not. Got my taxes done the next week. And my work had forgotten to mark that I had been divorced. And for the whole year, when I filed my taxes, I owed $5,002. I lost my entire winnings plus $2 and said, looked up at the Lord and said, point taken, I'll never gamble again.
Wow.
So I went, this was within a 24-hour period because my tax appointment was the next day. I went from winning $5,000 going on a cruise to owing $2 and having nothing. I was so pissed. Talk about
Oh,
highs and lows.
I
My
bet,
heart
man.
hit the ground and went. I've never gambled again. Like, nope, not doing it. I just used Nope's name when he wasn't here. It's so funny because it's almost every show on the EXP now. I start with Sup Nope and he goes, hi Eddie. And I'm like, it's become like a tradition. Sup
Yep.
Nope, hey Eddie. So that's why I said, what? Sup Nope.
Hey, that's how I know the show begins, man.
Yeah, here you
Well, there are certain people that hop into the chat. I'm like, all right, the show's going now.
Good stuff.
Yeah, man. Like,
Yeah, I'd love to do some collaborations with you when I get my channel going. That'd be fun.
oh yeah, like I said, we can do it where, like, first episode on your channel, you want to do it, or if we have to host it here, because I'm not sure how they do it on claim on taxes. Unfortunately, here anyway. Ooh,
You don't have to claim what you don't get.
but like the first episode of whatever season, whenever you can. I can't remember what the limit is on YouTube. Like if you could stream whenever when you have a YouTube channel or what. I don't know how that works, but
Well, we seem to go 6 hours on here. Oh, it's not YouTube.
well, yeah, like this streams to YouTube, but I can't remember if you have to be at a certain sub level before your YouTube can actually stream, or you can stream to your YouTube.
I bought that program you recommended. I
Yeah,
bought the lifelong license. It was
nice.
still only $70, so I just
Oh,
got to
okay.
have time to play with it.
For the
Yeah,
Fillmore,
But what I would like to do
yeah.
is to be able to take
Fillmore.
sections of the show and like have it like in the corner,
Mm-hmm.
playing in the background, like I see a lot of people do. So I got to learn how to do that kind of stuff. But I've
I've
thought
been
about
wanting to
just
get into OBS, like what Triple B does, because apparently that's free.
Yeah,
It's
to
open
me,
software.
yeah, to me
But
that's a steeper learning curve. Like I would actually have to sit there and dive in if I wanted to learn. It's kind of like so Filmora is to a lot of people like the most basic video editing software you can get.
Can you
But
do
I can
screen
do,
recording with that?
yeah,
Can you? Okay.
yeah. Like I use Filmora not only for like when I do the trailer reactions, I screen record the trailer, but I record in Filmora. Like Filmora lets you record in it. Like I have what's that DaVinci? I have like DaVinci Resolve. I got it from Kyle, but I don't use it because that shit is just like I got to take classes to learn how to do that. Like that's real professional crap right there. But also I can't record in the studio. So I was like, well, if if I'm going to do anything, why don't I just use Filmora because I can record my videos in Filmora, just edit them right there and get it all done in one place.
So what is the package you're using to do this video right now?
So this is Restream's like website.
So is that free or is that more
Yeah,
money?
well, it's free, but the one we have we pay like $20 for.
I got you, Eddie. I can do 2 channels on my service, and I'm not even using the one.
Oh, okay, cool. Because I don't know, that was the other part that I'm missing is I don't know how to do this part because I want to have guests on and I want to BS with people.
Yeah, like-
And I know the
haven't
thing that
figured this
Triple
out
B,
either.
the thing that Triple B uses, he said he can't invite people on. So I didn't want to use that one.
Yeah, like when Robbie does his lives, I believe he uses OBS. When he does his Sunday night lives, the ones where he's by himself.
Or it's just him, yeah.
Yeah. But I think for everything, all the other things, I think he uses StreamYard.
Is
'Cause
that
you
what
have to
the
have
EXP
something else.
uses?
Yeah, we use StreamYard for the experience.
Is that free?
No?
Okay, so the one you use is $20. How often?
It's once a month, but the reason it's $20, it's kind of the dumbest thing. It takes the logo off. Like when we first started
Oh.
streaming, there was just it's not even that big, and you can choose which side of the screen it goes on. But like I said, it was a logo thing, and I think it lets you add in a couple of things. But if you want like where you can build your own layouts, which is like how this layout we're here, and then there's like this is the layout.
Yeah.
You know, it lets you build your own. You have to get the higher tiers. Like we pay $20 just for this, and it's $20 a month.
Okay.
But there is a free version.
But if I just wanted to make like videos, I could just do it right straight to YouTube, right?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe you can just upload videos. Like if you make it with whatever program or whatever you make, you can just upload it from like a file.
Yeah.
If you have something that's already pre-edited and all that stuff, you can just upload it straight from your computer, I think. At least what I gathered anyways.
Yeah, like in here I could technically make videos because there is like not in this one obviously because this is a streaming room. If I went out of this and built another room, I can build one that's strictly recording. Like unfortunately, when I come into here, this is only live, but I could have another room where I do recording. But then I'd still have to, after I get done recording, download it, upload it to editing software, edit it, and then do everything else. That's why I just do everything in Filmora, and I just use this for live.
And I guess that's what the YouTube studio is that you're talking about right there. To where even if you use the YouTube studio, you'd have to download that, edit it, and then re-upload it kind of thing.
I haven't used YouTube Studio.
Okay.
So I'm not sure how YouTube Studio works. I know that a lot of people stream within YouTube Studio.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I've never used it, so I wouldn't be the best.
Well, how do you get this on YouTube then?
So what this is like a hosting site, I guess. And it streams this to my YouTube channel. Like I also have my Facebook or the Hydrasylum Facebook and the Hydrasylum YouTube are connected to this. So this streams to those.
And this thing you're talking about is the $20 a month thing.
Yes.
Yeah, the restream. Yeah, you can.
Restream.
I think link up two different accounts, two different channels. I think
Yeah.
through their base plan. I think.
Yeah.
I would love to do something with Nope because him and I are so similar in the way we think and feel.
For sure, man.
I mean, we could hook up and make a channel or whatever, or you could just
Yeah.
be on mine or whatever, and I'm sure we can come on and bullshit about just about anything.
Yeah, because
It seems like everything I'm into, when I mention it to you, you're like, "Oh yeah, I do that too." And it's like,
right. I've seen that
I swear
movie.
to God, one of our parents had an affair with the other. So,
or you're just right there at the same age as my dad, and my dad was basically like my older brother growing up. So,
no disrespect.
my dad
got
was
the
young
age
when he
joke.
had me, though.
Oh yeah, nice save. I appreciate
No,
that.
like for real, like less than 20. So I feel like you probably have older siblings about the same age range. Or might.
I love you too. I was the youngest of 12, so I had a few siblings, but there's only 3 of us left now.
Right. No, I guess you.
But yeah, no, I was just messing around with the bird thing. And you said you could be my dad thing. I'm like, oh God. The first time you call me daddy will be the last.
It won't
That's
happen,
a whole,
I can assure you.
That's a whole different channel, Ed. That's a whole different channel.
Well, that's the channel after midnight.
Right.
Well, hell, Jay was already talking about fingering dudes' holes and finishing them off and all this other
Bullet
stuff.
holes, man. Bullet holes. Jesus.
You did not say bullet hole.
I know.
You
and I
said
should have.
he stuck his thumb into his hole
Look,
and he pushed.
that's like on Henri's show. I can't say GG for good grab or good get. I have to literally type out that because he's got a GG Allen joke.
Is that what that means?
Yeah. Well, GG usually means good grab or good get.
Well, see, I'm a gamer, and for me, GG was
Good
always
game.
good game.
Yeah.
And people started putting that at the end of comic shows. I'm like, what the hell are they talking about? Good game on a comic show? I had no idea what they're talking about.
Good get.
I do have something that I want to debut on my channel, and that's my goat impression. I have caused women to go into labor with my goat impression because they laugh so hard. But I want to save that for my channel, or else I would do it for you now.
Yes. Leave something to the imagination, man. And speaking of which, folks,
you have a goat? God damn you, Jay! There's nothing there yet.
There is nothing there. But you know what's about to be here in the chat? A link.
Come and link to nothing.
So you can. Hey man, I have 7 subscribers, and I haven't put anything on my channel either, on my name channel either.
I have like 8 now because of you.
Maybe you should go through the Universal monsters one at a time and just do like a movie review,
dude,
on each one.
Holy
starting
shit,
from Dracula.
I would love that.
Isn't that the earliest one?
Well, no, not technically. Phantom of the Opera.
Okay.
But yeah, you're where you're picking up what I'm putting down. But see, my problem, that's why I was asking without asking. That's why I'm looking for colored copies. So I could put part of the video. Because otherwise, if I put part of the video, I'm not going to know what I'm putting in.
Well, I mean,
because I can't see the black and white.
I could help you with that.
Well, that would be cool. Because I know a lot of people are going to be turned off immediately because I'm using colorized versions. Because I know there's a big faux pas, and I used to be one of the head complainers about you don't need to colorize Universal monsters. Well, life taught me a lesson. There's a reason why you need to colorize Universal monsters, dumbass, because you can't watch them anymore.
That's why in your video you put a disclaimer. You put a disclaimer there. These are colorized for people who can't see black and white. You let them know right ahead of time. Like, I didn't do this because I think it looks cool. I did it so I can freaking see it.
Yeah. Or you snap back and forth between the color and black and white.
And I have probably, without exaggerating, I probably have about 12,000 horror comics that I could pick any series out and
Yeah.
do. But a lot of my stuff is older, and so I don't know if people would be interested because everybody wants to know what's coming out and what's new.
But at the
And
same time, there's a lot of people out there who don't follow and do all that research on their own. So someone out there who knows and has a further knowledge, they're going to take you at your word and go, well, I need to check this out because I've never heard of this before.
Yep.
I'm also thinking about changing the name of my channel because I don't want it to just be comics, because I want to do stuff like this, like Reacher.
Yeah.
But I know you're Hydrasylum Comics, and you talk other stuff.
True. And it
But
really,
the
like,
song doesn't say comics; it just says Hydrasylum, so that
True.
kind of opened you up. Which,
Yeah,
by the way, I almost had to buy a new microphone because I'm getting so frustrated with my own song. I thought I had it. I thought I had it ready, and I freaking sneezed, and I'm like, son of a mother, and just, oh, I was so pissed. Dude, I did yours in less than 4 hours as a
I know.
favor. And
I
because
know.
it's my own damn channel, I am nitpicking the crap out of it. I need to just send you what I have and say, tell me if this sucks, and be done with it.
Yes, you really do.
And I also need to, I think my wife's taught me out of using my metal singing voice, because I think she's right that they might not understand. Because did you have a problem with that clip I did in my metal voice? Understanding any of it?
No, I understood what you said.
Okay, well, maybe it's because she's deaf in one ear too. It's
Oh.
hilarious. We're both deaf in the same ear, so we cannot walk and hold hands.
Oh.
One of us has to walk backwards to hear the other one.
We just lovingly walk in silence.
Well, it's great too, because when we're in the car, whoever's driving, you can't talk to the passenger. So if we want to talk, if we're going on a long trip, true story, she sits behind me in the back seat, or I sit behind her, so that our ears can work. Because otherwise, whoever's in the passenger seat, or I mean the driver's seat's going, huh? What? And it just becomes frustrating.
Yeah. So here's what I'm going to tell you. Just a
Keep
little bit of
laughing, though.
advice.
Laugh at my handicap. Laugh at my handicap.
A little bit of advice that I can give you.
I'm laughing at the picture.
Yeah.
That's a comedy scene
You can
all
laugh
day
at me
long.
all you want, brother. My philosophy in life, and this is my true philosophy, is I approach each day, if I can make one person smile, I've done a good thing. Laugh at me all you want, bro. I'm just messing with you.
And I've
I laugh
always,
at
I've always
myself.
gone through it. Like, if you can't laugh, then you're too uptight and you're not living, you know?
And you're sticking your thumbs in men's holes.
Right.
Finish them off. Okay, look. In all seriousness, okay?
You're with the wrong group in all seriousness.
I know, but when it comes to your channel, here's what I tell you: when you do get ready to make videos, do yourself a favor. Make like 10 or 15 before you ever put a video on your channel.
And where would I store them if I didn't put them on my channel?
Well, when you're done editing and
Don't
doing
publish
stuff like
them.
it just you just save the file.
New
All right. Well,
folder.
here's the thing. I don't ever plan on editing them.
Oh, if you're just gonna do it, then what you're gonna
Once
do is
you learn how to do it and learn how to integrate the video, I am a thought. I've been a teacher for years. I've given lectures at storm conventions because I've been a storm spotter for 30 years. I'm good in front of live crowds as long as I don't have a script. But if I'm trying to read something, I'm like Gal Gadot. I can't. I can freelance. If you wanted to do like a what do they call that? Like, whose line is it anyway? What is that called?
Improv.
Yeah, I can improv with the best. I can improv songs. I can improv acting. You give me stuff to read, and I'm just like Gal Gadot. Khaled, remember who you are. No, stop it. You're terrible. I don't know why they cast you.
when I say edit, I don't necessarily mean mistakes. I mean when you go to put your intro in, or you're putting pictures up,
Okay.
you're doing stuff like that.
So if I ever get a song, that's what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Putting the song in there.
you have to export the video first. Like, no matter what you do, you still have to export it. Like when you get into Filmora and you make a video, there's a button at the top that says export. It's going to export that video file. And this is before you even ever get into YouTube Studio to upload it to YouTube.
Okay.
Okay. Make you maybe not even 10 to 15, maybe like 5 or 10 videos. Don't just start with one. Don't just start with one video. Do 5 to 10. And when you're ready to start the channel, when you're ready for that channel to have stuff on it, upload all that stuff and make you some and you'll see we'll get in the studio. I'll walk you through it whenever you get to that point. I'll walk you through it. You can make playlists. So if you have certain topics you're going to talk about a lot, like for us, we have a Hydra Hangout one, we have a shorts one, we have an unboxing one, stuff like that. So when you make these playlists, if somebody really loves the Universal Monsters, and you made a whole playlist of Universal Monsters, they're gonna click on that playlist and they're gonna watch all the videos. They'll just keep going one after the other. They won't even have to click on the next button or anything.
Nice.
So I would just make sure you do a couple, like 5 to 10 before
the
you
one thing that I have perfected in the song is the way it's going to end.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to end with "The Weird One Has Arrived." And that's when I'm going to pop on. But I just can't get the rest, and it's just irritating the shit out of me. And I sit there and I write the music and I code the music and it sounds okay, and then I screw up and it's just like, step back, you're going to break something.
Do you mix it all on a computer?
Heck
or do you like put it in a program or whatever? Yeah,
I do it all on the computer.
Yeah, I've been wanting to do that shit.
For Jay's song, for Jay's Hydrasylum song, the lyrics come to me. I can write songs like unbelievably fast. I had the lyrics in 2 minutes. Then it's like, okay, what do I want for music? Do I want rock? Do I want and then I'm just like, let's just try it in a rock format and have some good drum beats and stuff for him to play with. And I just threw it out. It took me less than 4 hours. And I sent it to him expecting to hear, dude, what the hell are you on? And instead I get this, oh my God, this is so awesome. I added it to my playlist. I love it. And I'm like, holy shit, that was fast and easy. So I'm going to do my own. Piece of shit. Crap. Delete. What the hell are you? I'm overly critical of myself.
The way that the way I can explain it to you is A, everybody is their own worst critic. B, my wife has excellent advice. My wife cannot take her own advice. She can give good advice, but she can't take her own good advice. And it's the same with me. You gave me an awesome song to work with. I don't think you know how long it took me to go through clips of old videos that I had to figure out what part of videos I wanted in the song that you made for us. Like it took me a while to scrub through some older videos to find which ones I wanted to put in there. Then I had to find one that had Sean, her, and me. That's 3 separate videos I did that I layered on top of each other to do that. Then I had to get the Hydrasylum that I made that goes forward like that. I had to make that. I had to make that effect. So then I also had to time it to the drum beats on there. So
you did an amazing job working with that song, because I love the final product, especially with the dun, 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 and the Hydra going boom, boom, boom. I love that. I'm like, man, he hit that out of the park.
I did. Now I put the logo thing on the end. In the second version,
really good job with it. Very good job with it.
You gave me something to work with, but again, you gave me something that for you it was easy for you to do. Me, something that should have been easy for me to do, which is just I do it all the time. Like we have so many openers for the old channel name that we used to have. I've done this a million times, but I'm like, that's like half a second off.
So this is what I've been flirting with. I'll talk this offline. I don't want to give my ideas away.
Yeah, exactly. I was fixing to say,
Can you give me 5 minutes after the show?
Yeah,
Maybe
absolutely.
10, maybe 15.
Yeah.
You two know if you
All
don't
right.
mind.
Yeah. So I want to know what you used your.
A microphone.
No, I guess you got like a mixer or something on your computer. You do it all
Yeah.
digitally and all that.
Yeah. I code in the notes and get it the way I want it.
Yeah.
And
I gotcha.
then I use the evil artificial intelligence to help me smooth out the beat when one of my notes is off. I'll run it through a couple filters and see what they come up with. And then I put my voice on, and then I'll put a filter through it depending on what kind, because I've got the different kind of voices. I made a song for Jay just to make him laugh a couple years ago about getting your dick caught in a taffy puller machine, and I did it as a cowboy because I have a southern when I can do a southern cowboy too when I'm singing, and he was laughing so hard as hard as I was because it was all about getting your junk. I didn't say dick. I said get your junk stuck in the taffy pulling machine. And it was so funny. I had to share it with him. And I didn't tell him this because I never finished it. I was also trying to write a song about Jay and I having a camp out and things getting scary and him getting scared. And I had it almost done. And I'm like, man, I don't want to insult the guy. But now that I know you, I'm probably going to send it to you sometime because I
You
kept it
should. You should.
'cause it was funny.
You
But
should, man. I can dish it out, but I can also take it.
you use Logic or Pro Tools, didn't you? What do you mean by Logic?
Probably another program.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, I did not use anything that I had to pay for. I used my programming skills and I used my, if you want to call it a talent with AI. And I've been writing songs and music my entire life. So I know how to code the notes. I didn't use anything, no giant package you have to get. And it works. So I wish I had some kind of fancy tool name to give you, but Windows.
So, Sean, what we've decided to do, since you're hanging around for just a second, this was only season 1. Next week we're going to do season 2. Hopefully, by the time you're off, we can do season 3, and you can be with us. There's just so much in these episodes that we went through it episode by episode. So it took 3 hours just to do the one season. So I figure I'm going to give each season their due, give them their flowers. We're going to do 3 different shows. Might be a little lower on views because it's not comic talk or anything, but that's okay. This is for us. People can watch it.
You'd be surprised. There's a lot of Reacher fans out there. If this hits and people like it, you might be surprised. We should probably try to keep them under 3 hours though.
Yeah.
But
There's a tool in here that
I think 4 hours is a sweet spot, honestly.
Yeah, it is. It is. The only issue that I have with this is so they're starting to implement AI tools to make like shorts and stuff for you. The problem is the video has to be from either 30 seconds long up to 2 hours. So I've never been able to use it because I haven't really done a show that's been less than 2 hours.
send me
Right.
the AI you're working with, and
Well,
I can probably
it's in here.
Or if
Like,
you're just looking for key moments,
Yeah.
I keep
because
that shit up here.
I might be able to make you a bot that would let you go longer.
Yeah, because it's in here, so I don't know how.
I got my own GPT. I don't use Chat GPT. I use my own that I made, and I called it Edge GPT, and that's my own AI that I've built over the years.
Sean, I could, but I have so much fun having our buddies on here that once we get to talking, and especially when we get in these tangents we do, it's hard to keep it under. It
Tangents
really
rule.
is. Yeah, it really is. I miss my tangent thing that I made for. I made a tangent alarm for comic collectibles one time. And
Nice.
I miss using it, but every time I played it, people thought it was like an alarm on their phone going off. Like, Amber Alert or something. So I haven't played it in a long. I haven't played it in a long time.
You know what I miss? I miss Dan's wild ass speculation or
Speculation?
whatever it called that had the donkey come on.
Yeah,
Did
that
you
was fun.
figure out what frickin' commercial?
So I have three main spots that I have to play because they're sponsored.
Well, now that you're here, I can actually give you how it's sung.
I think
Okay.
Because
it's a
that's probably
symphonics one.
easier than it's something's calling to me, something's calling to me, something's calling to me, something, and it gets in my head and it's just never
I've
ends.
never heard words to it, but now I know what you're saying. I always hear the dun 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 dun. Dun. It's one of the Battle Quest spots.
Well, if you listen, the words are there because I'm really good at picking out lyrics. And what you think is just noise is women singing in like a not gospel, but more like a Gregorian chant. Something's talking to me, something calling to me, something's calling
See,
to
and
me.
I got two good ears and I can't hear that shit. What are you talking about?
I'm a music junkie, dude.
See,
Yeah, I
once you
haven't heard that
started,
one.
once you
Before
started, I knew I have an idea which one of the Battle Quest ones it is.
before my hands got crippled from carpal tunnel from terminating 85,000 data cables and programming on a computer for 30 years, I played a mean guitar and I love drums. So
Yeah.
I've been music my whole life, but now I have to use the evil computer that everyone hates to generate it because I can't write the notes anymore. My hands are too.
Have
So
have I played this recently?
dude, you play
I
it
just
every
want to make sure.
effing day.
Okay, because I
And
have
it's usually on comic book collectibles.
okay, and it's a longer spot.
It's like this big orchestra music, and
That's
you hear women chanting,
yeah,
something's calling to me.
yeah. Battle
And
Quest comics. Yep, I know which one you're talking about now.
play it.
I can't.
Oh, okay.
But
Never mind.
plus, I thought about it. I was like, man, I have the spots, but then again, these are sponsored spots for the experience, and
Okay,
I
we'll
don't.
play them in private chat, and I'll
Yeah,
tell you if that's it.
yeah. I don't want to get.
I'm with you.
Kyle.
I'm with you.
You know what you can start playing without any fear of any issues? You know how we always have the hot dog joke on Friday nights?
Mm-hmm.
There is actually a Mickey Mouse cartoon that's now free. What is that? Public domain.
Mm-hmm.
So it's free to use. It's called the Carnival Kid. All right. And in that cartoon, you have Mickey Mouse going, hot dogs, hot dogs. And
Is this
he's,
the same hot dog joke with Bugs Bunny cover from like 2 years ago, or is this something different?
yes,
That's still
yes, that's
there,
where it
dude.
spawned.
I can't believe that still hung on.
Still there.
I cannot believe that still hung on.
Dude,
And I'm trying to make it better.
I
My
took that
my
picture.
perversion started
Mhm.
that, and it
Yeah,
made Nancy blush.
I
I'm like,
took.
look at that wiener. And then I ended up buying that damn issue just so I could have it because it's so funny.
So
So I
you have the Looney Tunes or Bugs Bunny
Yep,
with the hot
with the
dog?
hot dog, yes sir. I bought
yeah.
it the next day.
So I took that picture, put it in Filmora, and Filmora is good for snapshots. There's a lot of stuff in Filmora that you kind of have to pay for, but if there's a picture or something that you like, you can take a snapshot of it, which is just a picture within the program. So what I did was, when you see a picture that's not in slides, but it's off to the side or something like that, or resized, this is what I'm usually doing. Or Comic Collectibles, when they have a wraparound cover, and I put those covers together, that's how I do it. I put it in Filmora and do it. But I took that hot dog picture and put it off to the side, snapshot it, uploaded it to Nancy. So now when anybody says hot dog, it always shows up on the right of her.
I got a 2 comic frame, and I got the Bugs Bunny hot dog and the elf humping the seal in the same frame together hanging on my wall.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the black and white Mickey Mouse cartoon where he's making cheese?
Uh-uh.
It's an old cartoon from the 40s. Google
Right.
it, you'll find it, and it's real. It's not AI. I've tested it. I looked it up. He's making um Swiss cheese with the holes in it.
Mm-hmm.
He's using a hard-on to do it. There is a lump in his shorts. He takes the cheese and pokes it on his shorts like 3 times, and it pokes the holes. There's nothing else it could be. I have no idea what the cartoon artists were thinking we were supposed to think it was. Look it up. Mickey Mouse making holes in cheese. It's a black and white cartoon from like the 40s. And he's doing his Mickey Mouse whistle with an assembly line, and he grabs the cheese and he thrusts forward like 3 times and holes appear. And I'm just sitting there, what did people think that was?
Well, how else do you make Swiss cheese?
Well, first you get somebody Swiss. No, but I just like, that was in a cartoon. Back, what? And I've tried, because I'm sure there were dirty minds in the 40s. There's always been dirty minds. But I'm sitting there, I have tried for months to justify what I'm seeing. And it's like, it's a boner. What else could it be? What the hell would be in his shorts? And he's basically thrusting forward 3 times, and he puts 3 holes in each little triangle of cheese and puts it back on the assembly line while he's working. Jay's Googling it right now.
No, I'm typing something. I'm getting pre-typing something in the chat because
Okay.
we can wrap it up.
All right, go ahead. Great
y'all-
talking, Reacher. Love y'all. See you
This
next
was-
time.
Yeah, this was awesome, folks. I will see the 2 of y'all here in just a second. Let me get
I'll
my-
be here.
Go here and here. There we go. All right, everybody that stuck around, everybody watching on the rewind, thank you so much. This was supposed to be a first and second season talk, and then we were going to talk some Daredevil. Just talking about Reacher with these guys, it just one season, one show. I think that's how we're going to do the rest of it. Hopefully, we'll be able to get Sean on one of these. But nothing really new happening. I just realized that my final screen might not be correct, but that's okay. If it messes up, it messes up. Again, thank you all for being here. You have a safe and awesome rest of your weekend, and we'll see you next time for Reacher Season 2. So, take care.